All right. And we're back for the afternoon session of I don't know what to call it, the mess that is the Darrell Brooks trial. And static, I prefer illustrious as opposed to infamous. But the court should be back in session in about 5 minutes. So, in case anyone is coming in brand new, isn't up to speed, quick recap. Brooks is charged with running his SUV through the crowd at a parade. Well, through the parade itself, he hit those marching in it, and is facing 76 charges, including 6 murder charges. And as a sovereign citizen and an all around awful person from what I've witnessed. And this morning, we had 2 witnesses. 2 yesterday, 2 more this morning. The ex-girlfriend that he assaulted, and one of the police officers that took the report from the ex-girlfriend. His cross-examinations should have taken 5 minutes, took far, 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 far longer because he's representing himself, as sovereign citizens do. And 2 days ago, he complained and brought a motion to delay the trial, claiming that he thought he had the plague. I say plague, but it's the certain thing we've been going through the last couple of years that YouTube doesn't like mentioned. And he took a test, but it wasn't a rapid test, and he refused the rapid test. So his results came back, and he put up a fight about the results being shared with the court. So the judge cleared the courtroom, and there was a scuffle, and she got the results because the court will win. And he was negative. And the judge said, all right, let's go to lunch a half hour early. Give Mr. Brooks a chance to cool off. Which was probably the right idea. I appreciated it. I was getting hungry. And so, pending any housekeeping issues, once court's back in session, we should get into the fun. We should get into witness testimony pretty quickly. I don't know who the witness will be, the next witness. I don't know if it'll be pertaining to his assaulting his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, who turns out to be the mother of his child when she was under 18. And I don't know if the next witness will be that pertaining to that or to the parade, which happened directly after assaulting his girlfriend. If it is about the parade, I'm expecting unpleasantness, I think, is one way to put it. Because based on the opening statements yesterday and the police sergeant's testimony, it's going to be difficult getting through the parade witnesses. It's I think it'll be interesting. It's going to be worth watching, but it's going to be extremely difficult to hear. But maybe that's why it's important to hear. All right. We're 1 minute past. Where's court? Come on. Get this show on the road. The judge has actually been pretty good about keeping time. But who knows if the parties are back from lunch yet, or if Mr. Brooks is throwing a fit, refusing to come back. What are the bets? Is he going to be in orange, or will he be in a suit? As I don't understand, unless he's trying to prove a point to the jury why he's wearing the suit or wearing the orange. It makes absolutely no sense. It doesn't help him. All it can do is prejudice the jury. But as he argued, the jury knows he's in custody, and therefore it doesn't matter. But I doubt it's been specified to the jury that he is in custody. It's clear he's under the control of the court, that they remove him, that they are trying to keep him in line. But they go to great lengths to not show that he's in custody by, as I pointed out yesterday, they have a black drape around the base of the table so the jury can't see he's shackled. He's moved in and out of the courtroom while the jury is out. And I can't imagine that the judge has mentioned or would allow it to be mentioned that he's in custody. The jury can obviously infer that he's in custody. They know the charges. They sat through hours of the charges being read yesterday, so they certainly know the charges. They common sense would be that he is in custody, but it's still prejudicial to say he's in custody. So I can't imagine that it's been mentioned, but he's clearly waived this because he's the one that insists on wearing orange. No, it's never fair to say. And hello. It's good to see you in here, Steve. That drove me nuts. Is it fair to say? That's a terrible question, and it leaves the witness open to answering no to every question, because is it fair to say is an opinion question. So is it fair to say that I'm a violent person, or is it fair to say that I hit you? Well, is it fair to say it's just a bad question? It's is it fair to say the police report is incomplete? No, the police report may be incomplete, but I don't agree that it's fair to say. So uh, that's the question. Not is the police report incomplete, but is it fair to say that it is? So it, I realize this is a semantic game that I'm playing here, but Mr. Brooks is a sovereign citizen. They play semantic games. So if he's going to word a question poorly, I'm going to make fun of him for it, and I'm going to point out why it's a terrible question and how I'd answer. So even though I will make fun of him, I will still get frustrated, as you can tell by that sigh. It's attorneys, whether we're good attorneys or not, we can watch mediocrity just fine. That's the standard. That's the assumption. It's I was watching, as I mentioned, the Trevor Summers case on the Law Talk with Mike channel. You'd have to add at least 3 extra murder charges for that. But I was watching the Trevor Summers case, and the closing argument was done by the clearly younger prosecutor, and then rebuttal closing was done by the more experienced. And the chat was really ripping into the younger prosecutor because she wasn't as dynamic as people wanted, and she said a lot. And I was in the chat. I wasn't on video. I was in the chat saying she's doing an excellent job covering everything she needs to cover. This isn't television. She's not an actor. She's a lawyer. And of course, we saw the opening statement from the youngest prosecutor on this team, and he was phenomenal. I don't think he said once. He mispronounced a word or two, but he was excellent. And the point is, like I said, I can forgive competence even if it's not flashy. But watching a train wreck of a legal argument or presentation, I cringe. It's just painful that if you guys watch Artie's Corporate Fiction, how animated he gets, and I've done a little of it too. It can be aggravating. I think maybe the donkey can take shots for you today, Static. Except no one likes a drunk jackass, so never mind. I do wonder what a drunk giant tortoise would be like. That's hmm. The tortoise's speed up or the donkey? If it's the tortoise, I guess that's how he beat the hare. He and yes, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, I'm not a drinker. I've got my ginger ale instead of a pale ale. But yeah, I think lots of these drinking games would be dangerous. He's been more subtle about it, I think. He plus the judge hasn't given him as much opportunity because there was very limited argument allowed, and they cleared the courtroom, turned off the camera for the scuffle, which I'm sure if we had seen it on camera would have been, oh my god, he's being worse today than ever. But I think his feedback loops are his subtle way of trying to assert dominance over the witness, asking them the same question over and over and over, just trying to assert his power. And if I were the judge, I'd probably try to shut him down a little earlier, but or at least get him to move on more forcefully earlier. Um and really at this point I think the judge is probably realizing, cuz they set aside roughly a month for the trial, but that was based on him having attorneys. And so if she doesn't speed him along, we're going to be at this until Christmas. And because his cross-examination of the police officer this morning should have taken about 5 minutes, maybe 10. But then I don't know, this is all cross-examination, but for his direct examinations, he said that these two witnesses he's going to call for direct examination. But number one, I think he's going to do nothing but lead them on direct examination, which is not going to be allowed. He's been permitted so far because you're not able to lead your own witness except in limited circumstances in order to sort of speed up the narrative. Like asking, were you in a car, is a yes no question, so you might say it's leading, but it's not being used to prove they were in a car, just to set up you were in a car and then the defendant rear-ended you, and so it's, were you in a car, did something happen while you were in the car, can you explain what happened while you were in the car? So that kind of leading is permissible, but then you can lead on cross-examination. It's expected. A good cross-examination should be nothing but yes or no questions, because you want to testify basically to what you want to get in and just have them affirm or deny it. And you don't even care about their response if they say yes or no, because you're getting in the words you want and not relying on them to say it. But so I looked up. uh, I pulled up the rules of evidence, and the numbering is different. The Wisconsin rules of evidence than the federal rules that I learned. So the rule 906.11 that Judge Darrell mentioned multiple times today is the mode and order of interrogation and presentation. The first section is control by the judge, which she used to subsection B, avoid the needless consumption of time, and C, protect the witness from harassment or undue embarrassment. To his scope, which means cross-examination has to be limited to the subjects that were covered on direct examination. Otherwise, you have to recall that witness during your case in chief and ask them on direct. But the third subsection is leading questions. And leading questions should not be used on the direct examination of a witness, except as may be necessary to develop the witness's testimony. So that's like I said, were you in a car? Did something happen in the car? What happened in the car? Ordinarily, leading questions should be permitted on cross-examination. And this final sentence, the important part is, in civil cases, a party is entitled to call an adverse party or witness identified with the adverse party and interrogate by leading questions. So he is going to recall Miss Robinson for direct examination during his case in chief, he says. And she is clearly an adverse party, or a witness identified with an adverse party. But this is not a civil case, so he shouldn't be allowed to cross-examine her based on the Wisconsin rules of evidence. Or at least from my reading of the rule. There might be case law. But so the moral of my rambling is his direct examination, depending on how many witnesses he calls, it could be all of them, it could be very few of them. It could take a long time. It could end up being pretty short because cross-examination can be dragged out a lot longer than direct frequently. And I'll finally get to this. She, if he were an attorney, this would be way too much leeway. It's frustrating, but like I said, she's trying to make it appeal proof. So she's letting him go on right now to the point of absurdity before cutting him off. At some point, she's going to have to stop. It's just not sustainable. But I don't know, maybe she's waiting for him to tucker himself out, hoping that once he gets into the rhythm of it, he'll start to understand that she is going to shut him down if he does certain things, and therefore he stops. Exactly. That's what I said I think at the beginning of the stream. It might have been in the morning stream, and of course she's the judge. She's an impartial party, so she has no opinion on whether or not he should hang himself, but she's going to allow him to do it if it's what he wants. Whereas there were questions during his cross-examination where the prosecutor rightly could have had a sustained objection, and yet they didn't object because they do want him to screw up, or at least to incriminate himself further prejudice the jury against him. And so some of these questions are hearsay, or they are irrelevant, and they could be objected to. But they're not going to do it because they're going to let him do it. But at some point after the 5th time, they are going to object just because it's wasting their time. So they're 20 minutes late coming back from lunch. Don't they know that time is money, that we're waiting on them? I wonder if it's because he's throwing a fit again. Let's see. Okay. I'm annoyed. It looks like they might be back. Let's... Well, clearly that was an error on my part because my feed didn't switch over.
All right, we are...
I thought it was still playing in the background. I know it was playing in the background, but it didn't.
All right, we are back on the record. It is 1:07 p.m. Appearances are as they were.
We're 16 minutes
previously.
behind.
Mr. Brooks is in the...
But that means we can fast forward through...
is in jail
a break.
Attire, as that is his choice.
Complete record.
I don't know if there's anything the state wants to address at this point before we continue with testimony.
No,
Just
thank
wanna
you.
check. All right, Mr. Brooks, anything you want to address at this point?
There's plenty he wants to address. Or he wants to keep his head
It's hard
down
for
on
me
the
to see
table.
his head, he's bent over, but I thought I saw him shaking his head. No, but I'll ask one more time. Mr. Brooks, anything you want me to address before the jurors are brought out to continue with testimony from witnesses?
Verbal answers.
A little emotional right now.
All right.
He's emotional right now.
Let's bring the jury out.
Is he sad that he tested negative?
All right. Thank you.
I'm not a huge fan, but the other day when I started, it was easier to find their feed ahead of time than the court TV feed, even though court TV is the media pool in the courtroom. It could be. Of course, he was
We can hold off
smiling
on that,
yesterday
and,
during
at the next appropriate time
some
when they're not
difficult
on their way in, I can
moments.
address whatever it is. Or if you want to pass me a note, you can do that as well.
That's his Bible that he just put his right hand on during jury selection when he was muted in the other courtroom ranting. Sometimes he was pacing and ranting. Sometimes he was standing verbally reading his Bible, which is just him being obstructive. Him histrionics, I think, is the correct description. Hopefully, I feel better today than I did yesterday or the day before. Hopefully, 2 days over the weekend is enough that by Monday I'll not have the lingering effects anymore. Not only do they love their grandmas, dancing grandmas, dancing grannies, they love kids too. Some of them a little too much. That's why they're in prison. But he ran down an 8-year-old. I mentioned I live next door to my brother. I've got my 7-year-old niece. I see her almost every day. She's one of my best friends. I couldn't imagine. And that's my niece. That's not my child. Yeah. And then her 6- and 4-year-old brothers live next door too. And my youngest, my
All right, thank you, everyone. Please be
sister's
seated.
boy is a mile and a half away. So
Good afternoon to our jury. State may call its next witness.
yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Jeremy Phillips.
All right, good afternoon, officer. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. Which
All right.
to
Is
my
he from the
right.
parade or
Please
from
please
the
remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk to read.
ex-girlfriend incident?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated.
I
First
know
thing
this
will
is
ask you
minor.
to do is to state your first and
It
last
does
names
bother
for the
me
record and spell
when
each.
courts still
My first name
swearing
is Jeremy,
in
spelled
add the
J-E-R-E-M-Y.
"so help you God."
My last name is Phillips, Philipps.
Thank you.
If I were the judge or the
Thank you.
clerk,
How are you employed, sir?
I
I'm
would
employed with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
not
How
include
long
it
have you
just
worked in
because
law
I'd go under the
I've been
assumption
in
that
law enforcement for a total of 14 years next month.
people
All with the city of Waukesha?
are
I have
private
about
about
5 months with the City of Dodgeville
their
Police
religion or
Department in
lack of
Wisconsin.
it.
The rest has been with the City of Waukesha.
If you
All
get
right.
what I'm
Sir, I'd like to
saying.
direct your attention to the date of November 21 of 2021, please. Were you working that afternoon?
I was working that afternoon, yes.
What was your duty or assignment?
I was assigned a normal patrol beat.
So see,
squad
were you
area
working that
216 with the City
afternoon?
of Waukesha
That's
on
leading
a
a
11
yes
a.m. to
question.
9 p.m.
But then
shift.
what were you doing?
Were you
Is
aware
not
there was a
leading. So
parade taking
it's
place in downtown
the building a
Waukesha that
foundation.
afternoon?
I was aware that there was a Christmas parade downtown Waukesha.
Were you directly assigned to work the parade?
I was not assigned to work the parade.
You said you were one of the officers that was just involved in general patrol of the city that afternoon.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Not everyone
I'd
goes
like
to the
direct
parade.
your attention to
as
time
we've heard.
around 4 o'clock or 4:30 in the afternoon. Do you recall getting dispatched to Frame Park?
I do recall being dispatched there, yes.
All right.
Do you
So
know
it sounds like
the
it's the
exact time you were
ex-girlfriend
dispatched?
incident.
I believe it was 4:52 p.m. approximately there.
Okay. And where is Frame Park located?
Frame Park is rather large, but it's generally located in the downtown area off of White Rock Avenue and Baxter Avenue.
What was the nature of the complaint you were responding to?
I received a complaint to respond in emergency fashion, which means light and siren, for subjects fighting in the park with a knife allegedly involved.
Where were you coming from?
I was in the patrol area of East Moreland, roughly at East Main Street at the time. That's where I was responding from.
Was Main Street shut down at the time?
It was
for the
mostly.
parade?
Main Street where I was responding from was not, no.
Okay. I guess let me ask a better question. Were you able to travel along Main Street to get to Frame Park? From where you were located to get to where you needed to go? Did you travel on Main Street?
I did not travel on Main Street to get to Frame Park.
Okay. And
Did you
which
traverse
direction
Main
did you come
Street?
in from then?
I came in on East Moreland, westbound, to White Rock Avenue, westbound.
And as you approached the area, could you see individuals associated with the parade?
Yes, I could, as I neared the vicinity.
What do you remember seeing?
As I neared the vicinity of
It could
White
be,
Rock
unless
Avenue
they
at
see it
Baxter,
as
directly in front of me,
remorse
appeared to
or
be a unmarked
sympathy.
patrol vehicle, silver in color,
But
which was blocking the roadway.
judging by
at
his
White Rock
actions, I'd
Avenue
view
and
it as
Hartwell Avenue. And I
self-pity,
believe off to the
which
side, I could also
would
see a
not come
marked
across
patrol
good.
vehicle.
Could you see any floats or people participating in the parade?
At that particular time, as I arrived in the vicinity, I did not. I just saw the side of a
Of course,
squad
the weight
car
of
with
the
emergency
evidence
lights
we're
activated. It
hearing,
wasn't until a little while later, I
even
saw
if
that
you
there
were
floats and such on the other side.
likable,
The
weight of the evidence would
silver,
still
colored
convict.
SUV with lights, red and blue lights activated. Do you know whose squad car that was?
That belonged to Sergeant Dave Warner.
Where
I
did you
believe
go?
he's the one that spoke yesterday.
When I arrived to the area, initial dispatch information stated that this alleged fight involving a knife was somewhere in the vicinity of the Schutze building where the boat ramp was. Based on my training and experience of that vicinity, I know that the boat rental checkout is on the back side of the Schutze building.
They have
So
the
that's the
boat
initial
ramp
area I
or the
responded
boat
to when my
launch
attention was
marked
drawn.
on the Exhibit
This
1
time, Your Honor, I'm
map.
going to ask your permission to put
The
up Exhibit
south
1, which is the map of the area we've
west.
been working off of.
Permission granted? Yes.
So, like I said, Exhibit 1, like the prosecutor just asked for. I believe she's the
Do you
most
see that item in
experienced.
front of you,
27
Officer Phillips,
years
on the screen?
experience, I think. But she's really
You know.
good.
Okay.
Oh, it needs to be public.
So that is a touch screen in front of you. If you want to draw or circle or anything like that, you may, or you can.
I don't think
just
we've heard
simply
from the
talk.
middle
I would like
prosecutor
you
yet.
to identify for us where you came in to the area.
So I'm
Well, it's not really blowing up, so.
kind
No,
of
if you want it
wondering
blown
what
up,
her
we can blow
style
it
will
up from
be.
our table. Sorry.
But you can see the
zoom in.
boat
If you remember
ramp
where it says Frame Park.
right there
upper
in the
right-hand
middle
corner,
of
that
the
would
lake, I
be-
think.
looks
Yeah.
like the vicinity that I probably responded to. I would need to see a bigger image.
It's the star on the pretty much right in the center of the screen.
Is that good?
That will suffice.
Okay.
So I responded in a direction on White Rock Avenue. Coming this way. This now is Baxter Avenue, which I would have made a right-hand. That will suffice.
Okay.
So I responded in a direction on White Rock Avenue.
There's gremlins in the feed.
Coming this way. This now is Baxter Avenue, which I would have made a right-hand turn onto.
That purple is the staging
And right
area
about
for the
in this
parade, if
parking
I
lot
remember
area.
right.
Is where the Schutze building exists. And then there would be a boardwalk and some trails behind that where the boat ramp would be.
Okay. And you drove in that area first, right?
Correct.
What were you looking for?
At that time, I was looking for anybody suspicious that may be involved in a fight, somebody carrying a weapon, somebody that might have been battered and bruised or obviously injured or need of help.
Okay. Did you see anybody?
I did not.
Did you drive around a little bit?
I drove around in the parking lot of the Shootsy building. There was another officer already on scene who, from my understanding, was already on foot in and around the vicinity of the Shootsy building and advised that they could not find anybody at the Shootsy building.
Okay. Officer Phillips, do you see White Rock School on this map?
I do, yes.
That's where
Could you
the
put an X on White Rock
second
School?
video, I think,
White Rock
was
School
filmed.
is this elongated building right here. So I'll draw a large X through it.
Okay. And you said the roadway running parallel to White Rock to the north is Baxter?
Correct.
Okay. And Baxter is the road closest to the river. There's no other roads that run along the river there. Just like a walking path or something, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Another officer's out on foot. What do you do?
At this point, the officer came over the radio and stated he could not find anybody in the vicinity. I was listening and monitoring the radio, and at some point, what I thought was a reserve officer came over and said that they were speaking with a couple of subjects potentially involved. So at that time, I got on the radio and said I was going to attempt to meet with the caller because I didn't exactly know who this reserve officer was speaking to, how many subjects were involved, if they were actually involved or just a witness to the situation. All of that information was completely unbeknownst to me, so I decided I should probably go meet with a reserve officer and figure out who these subjects are and what the involvement was.
This reserve officer was working as part of the parade, is that right?
He was in the vicinity right at Sergeant Dave Warner's location.
Okay.
I wonder if on
So did you
cross
drive
Brooks
down
is
there?
going to bring up
I started
him
to
wearing
drive
the
in that general
uniform
direction,
to testify,
towards
like he
White
did
Rock
with the
Avenue in
sergeant
Hartwell,
yesterday.
which is where Dave Warner and Reserve Officer Troutman would have been.
If he can get his,
Before I could
fifis under
fully reach
control
that
by the
intersection,
time
There
of
was
cross.
approximately 3 subjects off to my right-hand side on the sidewalk that were yelling, screaming, and waving, like flagging me down. The way that they were doing
That's
this, they appeared to be in distress.
Robinson,
They appeared that they needed
Runkle,
immediate
and
help, and certainly appeared that they needed to speak
the
with somebody
unseen
involved.
till now Nick.
Can you put a small X on the map in the approximate area where you met up with these 3 individuals, or they were waving at you?
It would have been about halfway between Baxter and where Sergeant Warner's squad was parked. So again, this is going to be an approximation, but I'm going to put that X right about here.
Okay. So I assume you pulled over.
I pulled over, I rolled down my passenger window, and 2 of the subjects started yelling that their friend had been assaulted. So it was right at that point that they started trying to tell me that their friend had been assaulted, that information came over the radio on the primary dispatch channel that something had happened downtown and somebody had been hit. So at that point, my attention started to get a little bit diverted because hearing that on the radio is not something that just happens every day. That perks you up pretty quickly.
Seems to
figure out,
take
that's
precedence
serious incident,
over
could be more
a
officers
simple
and something to that
assault.
effect. So that took my attention away briefly. As I looked back at the subjects,
As awful as it
they
is to
started
say.
again say that their friend had been assaulted. So I said, hold on, let me pull over so I can get out, so I can speak with you directly in person and figure out what's going on. I
Is
pulled
that
my
what you
squad
did?
over.
Yep, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I pulled my squad over. I exited my driver's side of the vehicle.
He's going into
Came around the
narrative.
front of
He
my
doesn't need a
vehicle,
prosecutor
and
to lead
a
him.
Short black female who was wearing what appeared to be a blue coat and blue jeans walked in the front of my patrol vehicle. There was 2 other subjects that were with her, and they started to indicate that she had been assaulted by a boyfriend of some type. I started to talk to the female who had the blue coat on, and I said, okay, I said, well, what happened? Who is this person? And she tried to downplay what happened. She didn't want to be cooperative. She made comments to the effect of nothing happened. It was just a verbal argument. I'm fine. I just want to leave.
This is the
Did you see
not
any,
being forthright
injury on her?
that they discussed earlier.
So at that time,
Not being
did.
untruthful, just trying
the
to
2 subjects
protect
that were with
herself
her
and others
tried to tell her
from an
that
abusive
I
ex.
said, no, Erica, you need
Which
to
is
tell
common.
them what happened. And on it, she had an obvious black eye on one side of her face. The other eye also looked like it was swollen, but it was appear that she had facial injuries that were obvious.
You said.
We've seen the
they
pictures.
referred to
They
this
were
person by the name of
obvious.
Erica, is that right?
Yes,
Did you eventually ask this person for her name?
I did eventually ask for her name, yes.
What did she tell you?
She told me that her full name was Erica Patterson and that her date of birth was 10/7.
I thought it was
1990.
Robinson.
Okay. And were you going to investigate her complaint further?
I was attempting to investigate the complaint further, yes.
And then what happened?
So as I was speaking to this woman who identified herself as Erica, along with the two other people that were with her who I did not identify,
Uncle and Nick.
the calls on the radio at that point were 1078 after 1078 after 1078.
Okay,
And
what does that mean?
so 1078 in law enforcement jargon is officer needs immediate assistance right now, all available units.
Which is why they didn't take
As
a
that
full
was being
statement
called
that
multiple
day
times,
and had to do it
other people
the
were
next
coming on the
day.
radio and stating there were subjects down in the street, then it was 10 people down, then it was 15, then it was to 30 or 40. And I had to make a decision at that point, speaking with the subjects, particularly the one who appeared to be involved and the most injured, who was not being cooperative with me, that
I imagine he
the
didn't know
greater
at the
danger and
time
clear and
that
present
the
threat was
incidents
happening
were
downtown
related.
had to draw my attention. I had to leave.
All right. The events that you've described for us so far, are those all captured on your squad video, sir?
Yes,
And at that time, in November of 2021, were you wearing a body camera?
I was not wearing a body camera at that time.
It's
So
funny
you
how
had a,
police, some police
video
resisted
recording
body
device in your squad
cameras
car,
in the beginning,
but when you exit your squad,
but it
it's no
certainly
longer
helps
recording
them
your
more
activities
often than
unless
it,
you can be seen
it hurts
on the
them.
camera in front of the squad, correct?
I have an audio recording device on my person that is synced and connected to my squad exterior windshield camera.
Okay. And that camera in your squad is stationary, is that correct, sir?
Yes,
Okay. Eventually then, do you leave the area where you're speaking with Erica and the other two individuals and go to Main Street?
I leave the area. I tell her I'm sorry that I had to go. I went down White Rock, navigated float traffic, went down East Main Street in a westbound direction, and eventually came to East Main Street at Barstow Street, where I exited my patrol vehicle.
Okay, I'm gonna ask. Oh, yes. Before I move away from Exhibit 1, could we please get a screenshot, Madam Clerk?
And here's a
of
wrench
the
for you,
drawings by
Steve.
Officer Phillips,
It's
and
my
then
pattern
I'm
of
gonna ask
bribery to
to switch to Exhibit
force
6.
you to come back to, well,
So for
come back
purposes
on
of the record,
Monday.
leave them at 1
Just
TB
don't abuse it.
for the capturing using the annotation feature.
Think we agree with that? Yes. All right, officer. You see, we've now put Exhibit 6 on your monitor. It's not yet displayed for the courtroom. Do you see Exhibit 6 on your monitor?
Yes,
Do you recognize this, or do you want us to play it for a few seconds?
I recognize what I'm looking at.
Okay. Do you believe this to be
So
a
it's
truthful
authenticated.
and accurate recording from your squad video that afternoon, sir?
I haven't listened to it at this point, but I would believe if it's from what I'm looking at, it would be accurate to my squad video, yes.
Okay. And you ultimately saved your squad video and submitted it to be used as evidence in this case, correct, sir?
Yes, I did.
All right. And this is a clip from that squad video?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. Move to admit and permission to publish Exhibit 6. please.
Granted.
Mr. Brooks, any position on that?
Yeah, what is the grounds? We haven't seen what's in the video.
Your objection is noted. It is
You wouldn't
overruled.
see it
Exhibit
until-
6 is received, permission to publish is granted.
All right, so for the record, this clip is about 6 minutes long. It exactly ends at the 5:59 mark.
They can't
but,
show it until it's admitted
we're
into
gonna play it
evidence.
through, Officer Phillips, and I may ask Ms. Gussie to pause at times so you can kind of describe what's going on in the video, but if you can just orient us what we're looking at right now, please, before we start playing.
So this is an orientation.
It's 4:30-ish, November 21st. It gets dark early that far north.
This right here is Baxter Street. And then what you're looking
Of course,
at
my
on the
time in
right-hand
Northeast
corner
England
is
was
White
way
Road.
further north,
What
about
about way down
on
in the
par
distance?
with
It looks
Juneau,
perhaps like it's a
Alaska.
church steeple.
So you can see what
And it
looks
got
like the
dark
church steeple
real
down.
early.
That's going to be
And in the
Main
summer,
Street
oof,
down there.
it was dark for only
And
4 hours.
particularly of note, you can see what looks to be
Maybe
a
5.
silver-colored car in the center of the roadway. That is Sergeant Warner's unmarked SUV patrol vehicle.
Okay, now,
I'd just like to make a record when he was pointing and saying this, at least initially, he was using his right hand pointing to the roadway that's depicted.
Good
in
job making a
the
full and
still of
complete
this
record.
video image. He
Because they
also
have to
said, "Over
describe
here,"
the
or, "This
witness's
is Baxter." You can
actions
see about
verbally.
midway in the frame, a street
'Cause the
sign, and there's a
video
street that
Of
intersects.
the court
That's
isn't
where he
part
was
of the
pointing
record for
to
appeal.
that particular street. Again, I believe that was Baxter. And I believe the rest of his comments comport with the record and don't need further explanation or at least verification by the court. So go
I
ahead.
really
Alright,
like
thank
Judge
you.
Doro.
okay, we're gonna go ahead and start to play. We're at the
She's
0
so
mark right
good.
now. Where are you going now? Pause, please. I'm sorry. 9-second.
You've got to love the
Pausing.
police radio.
Go ahead, officer.
So what you're looking at here is Baxter Street. And right off to your right-hand side, I get that pointing at things with my hand isn't necessarily ideal. But the building over here is the Shootsy building. Where those squad lights are there is the parking lot of the Shootsy building. There's at least one officer already on foot in this vicinity of the Shootsy building where the alleged knife fight with multiple individuals were involved.
Okay.
He says
I
alleged
see,
knife
looks like
fight
red and
because
blue
it
lights
comes to
there.
pass
Is that
there
the
was no
photo
knife.
Or the video?
Correct.
Whose squad is that?
I know
But they
one of
approached
them is
thinking
Officer Nick
there was a
Henderson.
knife.
Okay. And is that the officer that you were referring to earlier when you said another officer was also trying to help you find these subjects involved in the fight?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Off to the left, it looks like there's a bunch of cars parked there.
Correct.
Is that general parking available to the public?
That is general public parking for the Shootsy building.
Okay. All right, we're gonna go ahead and play again.
For the subject of it, or claiming that this fight happened.
If they were at Hartwell and May with the reserve officer.
Are you driving on Baxter now?
I am driving down.
The two subjects, walked down towards the White Rock School, Hispanic male, Hispanic female.
Pause it, please. Whose voice was that, if you know?
I'm not going to say I know 100% sure on that.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Play.
216 on 1016.
Exactly. I think they used a horn with a mute to achieve that voice, which is why I'm mute. It's so weird being able to see the horizon without any change in elevation, just seeing straight into the distance,
Pause.
having mountains
A little
basically
hard to see,
in
but
all
on the right-hand
directions.
side, did you see the individuals walking down the street there?
I did. My squad just passed.
I'm sorry, the
but
sidewalk. Yeah.
About 2 seconds prior, there were 3 individuals who were walking down the sidewalk. These are the 3 individuals that flagged me down on the passenger side of my car.
At some point, I'm going to do a
Go ahead.
parody flat earth video, go to the middle of the valley and film in a circle and say, see, the earth's not flat, it's bowl shaped.
What? Black guy, red SUV, just assaulted my car in the park. Oh shit! This guy, he not hit me.
black guy, red SUV, just assaulted my friend, is what Nick said.
Let me pull over here.
This video comports with exactly what he already testified to.
Hold on for a second, okay? 216, I need another at Hartwell and White Rock. I have another person reported it.
What kind of cube? Is it like a Rubik's Cube? To explain the tectonic plates?
White Rock, Hartwell.
Of course, I've always thought, how ridiculous saying the Earth is flat, because it sure has a lot of slopes around here.
Okay.
And that sounds like what the sergeant yesterday testified to as hearing the most horrible things over the radio. Welcome back. I screwed up and we're 16 minutes behind, so you didn't miss as much as you could have.
Who ran?
The radio's hard to listen to right now. That's heartbreaking.
Okay, what is your name? Say your name.
He just said over the radio, 30 people down.
What's your date of birth? So, 10/7/1990. Erica Patterson? Okay. Okay.
Just moved a barricade. Every available officer needed downtown. I think this is a appropriate time to give a trigger warning that this video could be difficult. I have no idea. Not a single idea. But I have common sense too. Unconscious and unresponsive 5-year-old.
Was that you running away from your squad, sir?
That was me running away, yes.
That means no more video,
ahead and have a
but
seat,
possibly
please.
more audio. Since he
It-
has
it was a
body-worn
little
audio,
difficult to
but
hear. When you
not camera.
asked Erica Patterson who assaulted her, did she tell you a name?
She did not, no,
She did not provide you with any names.
she did not.
Okay.
She gave a
You had her
complete
name and
statement
her
the
date of
next
birth,
day,
and
though.
that was it at that point.
That's all I could gather before I had to burn out of there as fast as I could.
Okay. Now, when you got to Main Street, where'd you go?
When I got to Main Street, as most of you probably just saw in the video, I took a westbound direction all the way down to Barstow.
I have a
There were
feeling
still
I'm going
floats
to
in the
need to
parade.
get some
I think there was a lot of
tissues
people
in
that didn't
here
exactly know what
for
was happening in front of them.
next week's
When I got to
testimony.
Barstow and exited my patrol vehicle and you saw me running down towards the center of the street, at that point, I was just trying to assist any officer, EMS, civilian individual that was around, and it was just mass chaos, carnage everywhere.
Did you attempt to render aid to some injured individuals?
There was approximately 2 to 3 individuals I can remember talking to directly. They were all members of the band. I don't know which band it was. It was one of the high school bands. They were in the vicinity just west of Barstow.
He
on
ran
Main.
the car
There
through
was
the high
a
school
number of them
band.
laying in the street, obviously injured. I had face-to-face contact with a few of them laying on the ground. There were parents screaming at me to help their kids. I did what basic measures that I could take as far as emergency life-saving goes. I checked pulses. I asked them to squeeze my finger, asked them what hurt, what they could move. The 2 or 3 I talked to could still move. They could still talk. They could tell me what hurt. There were multiple people standing around them, also providing aid. At that point, some of the radio traffic that I was picking up on, I was gathering that potentially a vehicle had driven through the parade and hit some of these individuals. I contemplated throwing some of these people in my patrol vehicle and trying to get them to a hospital. However, my vehicle just simply isn't equipped to have that kind of space or room to do
They're
that.
not going to get through all of the
given the fact that I didn't want to
officers
try to
and
move anybody unnecessarily that would have
victims,
caused further damage to them,
direct
especially if
witnesses
somebody's involved in blunt force trauma such as a
today,
car crash. I
or
decided,
even
"You're doing
next
fine
week,
right
I don't
now.
think.
Somebody will be by shortly. We'll get you an ambulance. Just
The
hang tight where you are."
DNA
And
will
that's
be
basically what I
short.
had to ensure
It'll
at
be
least the two or
showing
three people that I came across.
it was his
The
hands
third
last
person
on
I
the
came
steering
across was
wheel.
also a band member. She was a female. Her leg was obviously injured. She was being held upright by a couple of adults. And I asked her what was wrong, what was hurting, if there's anything more serious with her as she was being held up. And she said, "Officer, I saw what happened. I saw who did this." And I said, "What can you tell me?" And she said, "A red SUV sped through the parade and did this."
But we won't hear
She
from
didn't say
her
anything more
because
than
the
that. I said,
band
"Okay, I was
children are
upstairs
not
with your family, stay with your
testifying
parents. Somebody will
by
be
the
by for them this
prosecution's
weekend."
choice. They
Three,
already
injured
stated
individuals you
the band
spoke to, would you
director
describe them all
is
as being about
sufficient.
teenage years?
Objection.
Overruled, he may answer.
This is the ground, Your Honor.
Overruled, he may answer.
So is he gonna answer to the question, to
Yes.
the prosecution table, or to the jury? I'm not sure. He's looking at them answering the questions, but they're not answering the question, asking the questions.
You may answer the question.
He doesn't like where the officer
The three
is
individuals that I met with
looking
initially,
while
had
answering
band
his question.
uniforms on.
The
It was my
officer can
understanding
look
that
down at his lap. He can look
the
at the
band
jury. He can
from
look
that
at the
vicinity right then and
prosecution.
there
He
was
can
a
look
high school
at
band, so I would
Brooks
place them all
directly
at
in the eyes.
teenage age range.
Okay, thank you. Were you aware that
It's not a conversation. It's
At
not
some
rude
point,
to look at the jury
person
who
was taken into custody
are
in
the
the
people
500
who
block of Elizabeth
matter
Street that was
listening
related
to
to
this.
this incident, sir?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
I was made aware
Exactly.
a little while after
Even
my
bad kids,
involvement directly
they-
in the downtown
they
area,
don't
yes.
deserve what
Did you
happened
learn
to
the name
them,
of the
and they
person
don't
who had been taken
deserve
into custody?
to go
Yes.
to have to relive
What was
it.
that name?
I knew from radio traffic at the time that it was a Daryl Brooks. I didn't know the date of birth or middle
Objection.
name or anything at
That's
that
the
point.
straw man.
Some
UCC.
point later, after the chaos had somewhat settled, did you have an opportunity to go back and try and investigate the initial complaint you had taken from Erica Patterson?
Do you follow the sovereign
did.
citizen
Did you attempt to identify
channels,
Ms. Patterson fully? through
the
police
channels that
records?
mock sovereign citizens,
I did
Steve?
identify Ms. Patterson fully by positive ID. Yes.
Or do I need to
And
more
did you
fully
learn of
explain
any,
things
complaints that have been filed by
when
Ms.
I make fun
Patterson
of
in the
him for
past
being a
with
sovereign
other police
citizen?
agencies?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled, he may answer the question that's being posed at this point.
I did conduct some more investigation after my involvement in the entire mass casualty incident. When I went back to the police department afterwards, and I was able to verify that Erica Patterson had been involved in other police cases outside of Waukesha.
And specifically, could you find anything linking Miss Patterson to the defendant, Daryl Brooks?
I'm rarely in his
Hearsay.
chat, but watch almost
Overruled.
all of his videos.
I did find information through our reporting system and other law enforcement sources to directly
And
link
Artie and
Erica Patterson to Daryl Brooks. Yes.
formerly
And that
Schrodinger's
information
cat.
also directly linked Daryl Brooks to a vehicle described as a red SUV.
Yes, it did.
You mean Troll Mafia official? For
Do you have any other
algorithm
questions for this
purposes.
witness at this time, Your Honor?
All right, thank you. Mr. Brooks, you may start your cross-examination.
I don't find delete laws
Officer Phillips, you are in
interesting in and of himself,
Were you scheduled to work
but
today?
Kate's coverage of
Yes.
him and Irish Demon and Team Skeptic, primarily
So
those
it would
three,
be
well, and Blue Bacon,
fair to
their coverage
say
of
that
him is interesting. It's entertaining.
you would be on
He
duty
himself
as
is
of now if you weren't giving
just a
testimony
bore.
in this matter.
I would be on duty right now. Yes.
Ah, I wondered if he was going to ask that.
So it will also be fair to ask
To axe.
if
It wouldn't be fair.
fair to say that you giving testimony right now, you're still getting paid for it.
I put delusion more than narcissism, but yes.
I am currently
Both.
employed by the City of Waukesha Police Department on a working patrol shift, on a normal shift for myself. Yes.
So with that, would it be fair to say that you are getting paid right now as we speak?
He already answered.
Yes, I'm getting paid right now.
By whom?
The plaintiff.
Sustained. Next question.
Were you subpoenaed by the plaintiff in this matter?
Can you rephrase the question?
Were
Yes.
you subpoenaed to testify here today?
Vote
by
for him in the
plaintiff?
Grifties and Bobby Law.
Can you explain it in another way?
That was pretty clear. Were you subpoenaed to testify by the plaintiff in this matter?
I was subpoenaed by the Waukesha County Prosecution's Office to testify in this matter.
And can you say that again just for the record?
I was
Asked
subpoenaed
and
by the
answered.
Waukesha County Prosecution's Office in this matter.
Is the Waukesha County Prosecution's Office the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Besides, that would be a legal
Do you
conclusion.
know of any plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Have you ever talked to the
Sustained.
Nick
have you ever
Ricada.
talked to the plaintiff in this matter?
I'm.
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
I don't tend to watch Nick.
Why are you continuing to look at
But I
parties that are not asking the questions?
I think
Objection,
him being
argumentative.
yeeted is messed up. I frequently watch Facts or Frauds, Truth Science on occasion. His what in the doohickey
So,
drives me nuts, though.
in the video, it's kind of hard to hear everything that was said when you pulled over and interviewed the three individuals.
Okay, we don't need your
Can
editorial.
you give a little more
advising.
commentary on what was actually said?
Where?
Can you clarify
From the
exactly?
radio, from Erica, from
What exactly were you told by the three individuals that you pulled over to interview?
that you assaulted her. He's
I don't
already
remember or
testified
recall
to it.
exactly what all three individuals said to me, as 1078 in the screams for help by other officials over the radio were directing my attention to figure out what was also going on downtown. What I recall hearing from these individuals is that one of them indicated, one of the individuals that was not Erica,
There are a
indicated
couple
that
of
their friend was in a
classic
fight or an altercation.
sovereign citizen videos I've
That's
been
when I
meaning
decided to pull
to
over to try to get more information
make
out
a
of them.
video on,
She,
just because I
Erica,
have
told me that nothing
terrible
happened,
jokes
that there
for
was just a
them.
verbal altercation, that she wanted nothing to happen and she just wanted to leave. That's when another one of the other individuals said, Erica, you need to report what happened.
One of them is
And
the punchline
she still
is
didn't want to.
about
And that was basically about the extent
Herbert
of it. And I just tried to get her name
and him being
as these calls over
Mormish.
the radio were coming for
I've got a terrible
whatever was
joke
happening
about that.
downtown. That was
But that's all I'll
happening
say.
at the time.
So would it be fair to say that you do recall the commentary?
Not word
the
for
interview.
word, but generally,
Now I will object as
asked and
argumentative, Your Honor.
answered.
Sustained. What I would say, Mr. Brooks, is the use of the word commentary mischaracterizes the evidence. It's argumentative.
So it would be fair to say that you do recall what was said after already saying you don't recall.
I object. It's argumentative.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Say that you do recall what was said after already saying you don't recall.
I object. It's argumentative.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
He's already testified what he remembers, or generally what he remembers. He doesn't have to say it word for word. In fact, it would be weird if he remembered word for word 11 months later. But it was on the video.
It would
The
be fair to
jury
say that you responded
heard
to
the video.
a fight at Frame Park, possibly involving a knife. That'd be fair to say.
That is what the initial dispatch was, yes.
Was any knife recovered from that scene, or
I did not recover a knife. No.
Were you charged
did you see
with
anybody
assault
with
with a knife? Otherwise,
I did not see any individual.
the knife is irrelevant, or at least
Did you
inconsequential.
learn, who reported that there was a knife involved?
He didn't
I
take
do
the
not
call.
know the subject's names that actually reported the incident. No.
Came over the radio. There's an incident with a knife. He doesn't know who reported it. That's dispatch.
From your recollection, from your
Kick rocks.
recollection, sorry.
And don't you forget it.
Just 1 second. From your recollection,
Everything's
was
from his recollection.
Erica Patterson being cooperative with the information that she gave you?
Erica Patterson was not being cooperative with the information she was giving me. No.
This isn't gonna help you. On redirect, are victims of domestic violence often uncooperative? Of course, I'd object to that question as a defense, but it still comes out.
Do you recall if the male individual reported any information to you?
We heard on the video.
I believe I heard a male's voice during the time that I was flagged down. I don't recall what information he told me directly.
We heard on the
There
video
was 3 individuals
she was
that you interviewed
assaulted
at that time.
by
Would
her
that be fair to
ex.
say?
There were 3 individuals present at the time I was flagged down. Yes,
And one of them was a male. Would that be fair to say?
correct. Yes.
I doubt he checked
But you don't
his
recall
parts, but
him relaying any type of information to you at that time.
I
or at
remember
least it would
hearing
be
the
fair
male's
to
voice.
say.
I don't remember what information that specific person told me at that time.
I guess since I mentioned the grifties, I better hurry
Just
up
so
and
we're
vote
clear
in
on the
them.
record,
I've been slacking since I've been sitting here.
how long did you conduct that?
Oh,
interview?
wow,
Would you
Turtle
say
Boy's
a couple of
on.
minutes, or-
I'd have to look directly at the squad video. for the
Nominated
exact
by
timestamp.
Mass Troll and Lauren De Laguna.
After you interviewed those 3 individuals, did you later gain any more information of the incident that you were investigating at that time?
I did not gain any further information regarding the specific fight that I was initially dispatched to. No.
And just so we're clear for the record, you did not talk to the plaintiff about testifying.
Objection.
Vague. Sustained.
Did you say vague?
Same. As in, it's the same objection.
Were you contacted in any way by the plaintiff to testify here today?
Objection.
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Do you know if there's even a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
I was contacted by the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office to testify in this case.
Do you know if that's the plaintiff in this matter?
Generally, in a criminal case, the plaintiff would be the state of Wisconsin. That is my assumption in this case, that the plaintiff is the state of Wisconsin.
So the state of Wisconsin is the plaintiff in this matter.
Is
to
the
your
state of
knowledge?
Wisconsin in the room?
That would be correct, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Do you have any redirect?
Just very briefly, one question. You have been asked by Mr. Brooks if you did anything to further investigate the initial fights that you were dispatched to. Do you remember that question?
Yes,
Did you in fact relay to detectives who were working on this parade incident the
I thought she
information
said
you
one
had found out
question.
about the link between Erica Patterson and Daryl Brooks?
yes.
To your knowledge, did detectives then follow up?
To my knowledge, it's detectives that followed up on any further investigation regarding the fight itself.
Thank you. Nothing else.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
He was a good witness. Clearly, he's testified before.
Well, go ahead. You have your next witness.
Yes, I'd also like to move Exhibit 1C into the record, please.
Exhibit 1C is received.
Thank you.
Your objection is noted.
And overruled.
State the grounds, if I may.
It's devastating to his
You may.
case.
There's a point in the video that was shown like during the interview part between the officer and the 3 individuals were,
That's
This
not the
isn't
exhibit we're
helping.
talking about.
well,
We're talking about 1C, which is the annotations to the map that were made that are captured by the annotation system that the state just moved in and the court received.
okay. I didn't understand what was being referred
That's
to.
a you problem.
I was gonna bring this up, but I wanted to wait.
Sir,
because I
let's
didn't-
take it up outside the presence of the jury later on. You'll have to remind me later. I've already received the video, which is exhibit number
Just
6.
like the judge said,
That video has some.
this is
language in
best
it that
outside of the
you
jury.
made an order on. So I just want to put that on the record. Something that you ruled on.
Sir, we'll take it up outside the presence of the jury. All right?
Now
We
the
need to
jury's
keep going
curious.
on. Next
Ooh, what did
witness,
she
please.
rule on?
The state will call Kyle Edwards.
All right, Mr. Edwards, please make your way. to the
Doesn't
witness
sound like
stand,
an
which is to my right, which is
officer.
a riser. When you get to the witness stand, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk Teresa will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names.
My
for the
nephew's
record
got
and
the
then
hammock
spell
out in
each.
the backyard.
KYLEEDWARDS.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for being here.
Edwards. KYLEEDWARDS.
Thank
Still
you.
got gremlins in the stream.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for being here. What city or town do you live in, sir?
At the time, Waukesha. Right
Okay.
now I live in Pewaukee, Wisconsin.
Okay, so back in November of 2021.
And they've got some
you
good
lived
city
in Waukesha,
names.
Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay. And I just want to ask you very briefly, do you have?
We have some here in Utah
any
too.
medical training, sir?
Like ERDA.
I've been in the service for 17 years, so limited combat lifesaver, just basic Army warrior tasks, that type of medical stuff.
Ooh,
Okay.
he'll be a good
And,
witness then.
On November 21 of 2021, did you make plans to attend the Waukesha Christmas parade?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you attending that parade with any family members?
Yeah, my wife and 2 kids at the time.
Okay. Did you travel to the area where the parade was being held by
Ooh,
car?
travel.
Yes,
And do you remember what road you may have taken to approach the parade area?
yeah, we lived just east of Frame Park, so we crossed the river.
What a fascinating
and
case.
then, came up
I
into the
realize
downtown
it's
area
small
using
potatoes compared to
North Street,
this,
East
but
North Street.
Okay. And was
so
there a time when you came to the intersection of North Street
Such a
and
mess.
Barstow? Road?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, at the corner of East North Street and Barstow, there was a stoplight there. So
Okay. I'm going to put up a document that's been labeled as exhibit number 7. You get a chance to look at it on your screen first, sir.
like I mentioned yesterday, my opa grew up in Spring City. They're in San Pete County in central Utah. His dad was a coal miner, and he worked over on the other side of the Wasatch Plateau in Carbon County in the mine at Clear Creek, which of course is
I'm sorry, madam.
in Utah speak as Clear Creek.
Do you see exhibit 7 on the screen in front of you, sir?
yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize what's shown in exhibit number 7?
I do, ma'am.
What do you see there, sir?
So that's the intersection we had stopped at. We were coming south.
Of course, your familiar
west
home
on
of
North Street, which
Beaver.
at the time was a one-way,
That's it.
and stopped at the
That's a good
intersection
one.
of East North Street and Barstow with a gas station on our left.
Okay. Does the photograph in exhibit number 7 accurately represent that intersection to the best of your knowledge, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Move to admit and permission to publish number 7, please.
Any position on that, Mr. Brooks?
He objects.
Yeah, object,
Why?
relevant.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 7 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
waiting for it to come up on the screen here for everybody to see. Okay. So the roadway is clearly marked as North Street, and the other roadway is clearly marked as Northwest Barstow Street. You see that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the big square kind of on the middle right-hand side of the exhibits is the gas station, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is actually a touch screen in front of you, so I'm going to ask you to please mark with an X where you were positioned on North Street. And North Street is a one-way street, is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the direction of travel if you could mark it in a spot not near where we're going to need to point out other
Yeah.
things?
Yeah, so this is
Okay.
the one way.
Okay, perfect. And what about Barstow Street? Is that one-way or two-way, if you know?
I believe it's a two-way.
Okay.
I think I see a yellow line
And,
down the middle.
Did you stop at that intersection, sir? That's a controlled intersection?
Yes, we were stopped at the red light.
Okay. And you were in that left-hand lane. It's two-lane street there? Or 3 lanes, maybe?
2 or 3. There might be. It looks like there's a turn lane there. So
Okay. And so you're stopped at the lane closest to the gas station?
that's correct.
And what happened as you're sitting there, sir?
So about the same time as we were coming up to stop at the stoplight, there was a vehicle that made a left from Barstow onto the wrong way to go to the wrong way on North Street and stopped right up against our vehicle. So,
Okay, could you just draw the travel?
Would it maybe
the
have
path
been
of
a
travel that you just described,
red
please?
Ford Escape?
What kind of vehicle was this, sir?
it was a red SUV, kind of an older model.
Do you
So,
know maker model specifically or not really?
At the time, no,
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to say. Just
In my family, even people who do say
Okay.
creek,
And you've already
it's
indicated that's the
Clear
wrong
Creek,
way
it
to be
becomes
going
Clear
on North
Creek.
Street.
correct. Yeah.
Overruled.
What did you do when you saw this red SUV turning the wrong way into your path of travel?
We kind of approached that stop line at the same time, and so we were really.
In general, it is
vehicle hood
both
to
ways
hood.
here too.
And again, my wife and 2 kids are in the car.
But it's a
The
family
driver
joke
of the other vehicle
about
kind of
Clear
put up their
Creek.
hands. I could see through the 2 windshields that the other driver put up their hands and was kind of gesturing wildly, like again, I don't know if mouthing's the right word, but kind of frantically. It seemed upset at us that we were, either going the wrong way or. So I kind of did the same thing. Just put my hands up and just kind of was confused. 'Cause we
How
were coming
close
up
are
to a
you to
stoplight, and the
Ironton?
car, had approached us,
Which I had never
was
heard of
hood to hood.
until
Okay.
a couple
Did
months
you
ago.
stay parked hood to hood or what happened?
So the person in the other vehicle kind of made mention with like a knife hand to his right, my left, to go in maybe towards the gas station. But he was kind of pointing to go into the driveway of the gas station. So I looked in my rearview mirror. There was no one parked behind me at the time, and other than that vehicle having to maybe back up into the intersection, I could see that they were motioning to go into the driveway of the gas station.
Okay, can you point out the driveway, please, for the jury?
Yeah, it's just an open driveway here.
Okay,
So I put the car in reverse, backed up maybe 5 feet, and then the
If
vehicle
I-
drove into the
I have
gas
no
station.
interest in MMA,
do you know
fighting,
who was
boxing,
driving that car?
but I would have been
Again,
tempted if I had been within
somewhat able
like
to
100-ish
identify,
miles
basic
to try and
features.
make it to that
But when
fight,
the car drove into the parking lot,
even knowing that
kind of stopped,
delete
positioned
laws
itself at
wasn't
an
going to
angle, and the
show
driver
up.
rolled down the window.
Okay,
His poor knee
should draw
pressure.
where they stopped.
sure,
So the vehicle drove in and kind of stopped on a diagonal like this.
all right.
Uh,
And you're still stopped at the stoplight
Correct.
there?
Still stopped at the stoplight.
Okay,
So the other driver rolled down the window of their vehicle. I just, as a reaction, also rolled down the window of my. I don't know why. It's just a reaction of. So the other driver rolled down their window, maybe halfway, and stuck his head out and kind of looked back. And he said, "Why didn't you get out of the way?" And I'm trying to get gas. And I said, "Well, it's a one-way. You're
okay,
going the wrong way down the runway." "Well, I'm telling you, I need to get gas." And I go, "Oh, okay, man." And then it was a green light, and then we proceeded. So
okay. Do you think you can identify the driver of that red SUV?
Yes, I think so. Yeah,
Okay. Do you see that person present in this courtroom here?
I do. Yeah.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that Mr. Brooks be instructed to remove his mask temporarily.
Mr. Brooks, you're instructed to.
And yet Irish
take
Demon
off your
flew
mask
all the way
temporarily and
from
look up,
Cork.
please. Thank you.
So at the time, it was a lot more dark facial hair.
Of course,
features
he
and
had
longer
people
hair as
pay
well.
for him
So,
to go.
because again, I would have saw through the windshield once, but then also with the window rolled down, kind of looking back. So maybe just like the forehead and then the long, massive hair.
Sure. So different than he looks today with kind of a clean shaven or very short hairstyle.
Yes.
He
and
had dreadlocks at the
scruff or,
time.
stubble on his chin.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you do think it was Daryl Brooks that was driving that car based on seeing him in court here today?
I do, ma'am.
Okay. Did you continue on to the parade, sir?
Yes, we did, ma'am.
And where did you and your family watch the parade?
We were literally on Broadway Street. So that was one of the streets that intersects at the 5 Points, intersects Main Street. And so it was really windy. So we wanted to kind of face away from the wind with the kids. So we were sitting on Broadway.
Okay. I'm sorry, I want to back up one step before I leave the gas station. Did it appear to you as though Mr. Brooks was alone in the car?
Yes, it did.
You only saw one person in that car
That's correct.
at that.
It's not hearsay. It's what he saw.
The objection.
Learn
is
what hearsay
overruled.
is.
His answer may stand.
Did you see any black female subjects walking in the area during this time?
No, ma'am.
Okay, now let's go back to the parade. You said you were near the 5 Points
Yes, ma'am.
and you were kind of positioned in area, try to get out of the wind, right?
Not out of
If
the
it's
wind,
even
with our backs to the
possibly
wind.
going to be a
It was
hearsay,
very windy that
there has
night,
to be a
right?
statement.
Yes.
Overruled.
Did you see a red SUV go through the parade as you were watching it, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember seeing, sir?
It was from our left. It approached to right. The direct view in front of us, there were no floats or parade participants. It was kind of a gap in the parade entries.
Okay,
And so the vehicle approached from our left. There was somebody that flew through the air, and then it exited to the right of our perspective, and that's all we saw. So because we were a little bit, maybe a row or two back from the front of the parade, we didn't have a long view of it coming and it leaving. It was kind of an enter the frame of. Anybody had taken down the statement that I had made the night of, and then it was, a couple days later that the officer came out to interview me.
Would it be fair to state that at that time you were still
Hearsay can also be a written
seeking to
statement.
report what had happened at the
But-
gas station?
That's correct.
It has to be a
So
statement.
you weren't seeking to report any connection between the gas station incident and what you saw on the parade route?
objection asked and answered.
Overruled. He may answer.
I was calling to report what I had seen before.
I think the gremlins skipped the end of his direct testimony and
second
brought us into the
Reporting was
cross.
before you actually were interviewed.
I
correct?
think we might be in
so
real
there's a
time.
record.
What do you mean by the second reporting?
The second time that you called to make a report about the gas station incident, that was before you ultimately were interviewed by law enforcement.
That's correct. The second call was just to make sure that they still had my name, and I didn't really file a formal report that second time. It was just a call to see that they still had my name and contact info, and they had said that an officer would be out eventually to interview.
At that time,
This guy was a
when
good
you
choice
called to make sure that
as a
they still had your name on file, or
Non-victim
your report about the gas
witness.
station incident. At that time,
they had a lot to choose from, but he
had
was
you made
definitely a
any
good
connection
choice.
to that incident and what you saw at the parade.
I'm going to object. We've been through this.
Sustained. It's been asked and answered. Mr. Brooks, I draw your attention once again to 90611.
Noted.
Next topic, please.
Noted.
That's the rule of evidence we discussed earlier.
And Were you
judicial determinations that
subpoenaed by the state of Wisconsin?
he needs to
To
stop
testify
wasting
here today?
time.
That was either the state or the county. I received a letter from the county.
Did they identify as the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Do you see the state of Wisconsin in the courtroom today?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
Sustained.
And irrelevant. There's so many objections they could make. But they
To
only
the best
need
of your
one.
knowledge, do you know if the state of Wisconsin is the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection,
Did the state of
irrelevant.
Wisconsin visit you on
Have you ever had
Christmas?
any interaction with the state of Wisconsin?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Ever had a phone conversation with the state of Wisconsin?
Did the state of
Objection,
Wisconsin give
irrelevant.
you a noogie in
Sustained.
second grade?
Do you even know the state of Wisconsin?
Same objection.
Sustained. Mr. Brooks,
And you,
new topic or I'll stop the cross-examination. on
I
item
often
611.
joke when sovereign citizens, how can I be in the state of Wisconsin? You know, I'm like, well,
1 second.
I could rephrase and say you're on the state of Wisconsin, except the state owns the airspace to infinity above it. So you're within.
Did you, do you recall how long approximately you were stopped at the red light during the gas station incident?
A minute or two.
Did you ever see the vehicle that went into the gas station actually get gas?
When we turned left onto Barstow, I noticed that the vehicle didn't stop for gas and was gonna either exit to go back on north, but it didn't stop at a gas pump.
Did you see the vehicle pull off from the gas station, or was it just kind of stationary parked?
I can't say what the vehicle did because I was already at that point out of view. I just know that it had not gone to one of the gas pumps.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
It's complicated.
No, Your Honor.
The
Right, thank you, sir. You may step
in
down.
theory, you own the airspace above your property, but you don't necessarily have exclusive control of the airspace. It's complicated. Either way, if I were arguing with sovereign citizens, how can I be in the state? That would be my argument. I can be simplistic if they're going to be simplistic. Is he hiding under the desk? Is he scared of something?
I'm calling facilities. It's hot. We have Ms. Berg. Good afternoon. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. It is to my right, upper riser. When you get there, please raise your right hand. Remain standing, raise your right hand, and I sent my clerk on an errand, so I will swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the
Probably.
testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Thank you. Have a seat, please.
When
She,
you are seated, the first thing.
just
I will
judging
ask
from
you
her
to do
yes,
is
she
to
seems
state your
nervous.
First and last names for the record and spell each, please.
Holly Berg.
Which I would be too.
Berg.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Not everyone's a professional witness.
This afternoon, I'd like to ask you about the events of November 21, 2021, okay? Do you remember that afternoon, 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, what you were doing?
Yes.
What was that?
I was dropping my boyfriend's daughter, who was 5 at the time, at with her dance company on White Rock Avenue at
Oh,
their staging
no.
area
Okay.
to get
Oh,
ready for
no.
the parade.
So your boyfriend's daughter was going to participate in the parade.
Yes.
Okay. And you had to
He
drop her
ran
off
through
on White Rock?
her dance group.
Okay.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
And
My
then,
job to make sure the record's clear, so if you nod your head or say,
Okay.
I'll clarify. It's okay, people do it all the time.
and after you dropped her off, were you planning to attend the parade then?
Yes.
And where were you planning to watch the parade from?
Earlier that morning, we went and put our chairs and blankets on a spot on Main and Maple right on the corner,
Okay. And do you know if you were on the north side of the street or the south side of the street?
south side.
South side of the street. And do you know any businesses that were nearby that you can remember?
Yeah, we were right across from Main Street Bar and Grill.
Okay.
Main Street.
Okay, Mainstream Bar and Grill?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And as you were traveling to the parade after dropping off your boyfriend's daughter, did you travel along
Main
North
and
Street?
Maple looks like it's
Okay. I'm gonna
toward
ask,
the
to
end of the
display
Main
exhibit number
Street
7, which has already been admitted.
parade route before it turns
Permission
and
to publish Exhibit 7 is granted.
proceeds back east on Wisconsin Avenue.
All right, so it's up on the big screens. It's also on the monitor in front of you.
Okay.
And that's actually a touch.
I was right here in the second lane. It was probably one lane too close. I drew the X.
Okay,
We can clear it and she can do it again if it's not accurate.
yeah, it's not the
So I was right
greatest.
here in the,
Okay,
oh my gosh.
in the center lane.
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on, I wonder if she.
So her
may
car was
click
next to the
arrow, which is
previous.
Okay, there's multiple ways
witness.
to annotate. So try it again and see what comes up.
There we go.
Okay. And as you approach that intersection, do you remember if you had to stop for the stoplight there?
I
Yes,
can't
it had
quite
just
tell where
turned
this
red.
intersection
Okay.
is.
Did you see any cars
Looking on the
around you
map.
on North Street?
Yes, there was a car to my left. I think it was
uh,
silver.
on North Street.
And I think there was a car on my right.
Okay. And the car on your left then would be in the lane closest to the gas station, correct?
Correct, right at the corner.
Okay, there is a gas station right there, that big box in the middle of the
Yes.
street. Okay. What do you remember happening as you sat there at the stoplight?
So I stopped at the stoplight, and I immediately saw a red SUV come from down the hill on Barstow, and it turned into North Street
Okay,
to
I
go
found
into
it.
the gas station. However, it turned on a one-way street, and it was like head to head with the car next to me
Okay,
in the first lane. And so I was right next to the silver car.
sure.
And
How about, could you draw that for us on the map?
Yeah.
The best you can, please.
Yep, so it came down here and into this first lane right here.
Okay. And that's where the silver car was parked?
Yeah.
Or stopped, I should say.
Yes, and there is a driveway to the gas station right here.
Looking at the
Okay.
map, it looks like he
And
probably
the
drove
silver
through
car
a
was blocking that
long
driveway
stretch of the
because
parade,
it's an
several
exit, not an
blocks.
enter.
Okay. And so you saw the SUV go kind of hood to hood or head to head, you said,
Yes.
with the silver car.
Yeah, and I was looking, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this guy is coming onto trying to get onto our one-way street, and I saw a bunch of arm flailing from
By who?
I think both vehicles, because presumably the red SUV is mad that the silver car is blocking to get into the gas station. The silver car is like, I'm not doing anything wrong. So they were both kind of upset. And then I noticed the silver car backed up to allow the red SUV to get into the gas station.
Okay. Could you see into the red SUV and see the driver of that vehicle?
When I was, before it had entered the before silver car backed up and red SUV went into the driveway,
If you're
I
testifying,
could just see
say yes
outline.
or no
Okay.
to that.
However, after
That's one of those
the SUV pulled in, he
questions
stopped
set it up.
immediately as soon as he got into the driveway.
because she still
and
hasn't said
stuck
if
his head
she
out and
Could see
was still
him.
doing this, like yelling at the
Now
silver
she
car.
has.
Gesturing and
Yes.
yelling. Could you hear what was being said?
No, I had my window up.
You had your window up.
It was November in
It
Wisconsin.
appeared he was yelling.
Yes.
Did he appear angry to you?
Irritated.
Okay. And could you tell how many people were in that red SUV at that point? Or did you see anybody other than the driver?
I did not see anybody else.
Okay. Do you think you can identify the driver of that red SUV?
Yes.
Is that person present in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask Mr. Brooks to remove his mask, Your Honor, for identification by this witness.
Mr. Brooks, thank you.
That's kind of
Record to reflect. each-
prejudicial in a way, because
Is that the driver of the red SUV?
if
you
I'm
just
the defense
described for
attorney,
us?
I want
Yes.
her to
Okay. Now,
indicate
did you
who she's identifying without any
eventually
prompting.
go on to the
but
parade?
Having him remove
Yes,
his mask
So I,
sort of presupposes
so
the question.
Right after, 5 seconds after the SUV got in and
I know it's
stuck his head
a
out,
little
then the
issue,
light
but
turned green and I went and parked my
if
car.
identity
and then
were
met
a
with my
major
family.
issue,
So right after,
I'd make a big deal
5
about it.
seconds after the
Here,
SUV got
identity's
in
not.
and stuck his head out, then the light turned green and I went and parked my car,
Okay.
and then met with my family at
Okay.
the location.
Okay. And did you see a red SUV on the parade route?
Yes, about 30 minutes into getting there.
Okay. So I'm just going to slow down here a little bit, okay? You're doing a great job. Thank you. I just want to ask you now, as you're standing there at the parade, what do
That's
you
good of
remember
the
about first time
prosecutor.
you saw that red SUV?
Reassuring, comforting
So at first,
the witness,
so a group had just passed us.
because this has to be
I believe it was the
traumatizing.
Catholic community group. And then there was a large gap. And so I looked to see, what's next,
Okay.
and saw a red SUV, which I originally thought was part of the parade, in the far right lane of Main Street, but it was going really fast. And I said to myself, why is this going so fast? And then it clicked as soon as it switched over to the far left lane, and then into the group of people right in front of me.
And that will be the Catholic community group?
I do
as far as you
believe.
know?
I do believe so.
Did you
It's
see the red
horrible she had to
SUV
see
strike
that.
any people in the Catholic
But at
community group?
least she
Several.
didn't see
you
it go
estimate how
through
many?
the dancing
At
children,
least 15.
Okay.
one
And
of
did,
whom was her
I'm
boyfriend's.
sorry to ask it this way, but did you
daughter.
see anybody like actually
5-year-old
fly
daughter.
or roll or tumble?
Yeah. So
I don't know if the daughter
originally it
was
was-
hit, but
I heard sounds,
I'm glad
like
she
thuds,
saw a
and then
different group
it was
than
in
the
the air,
daughter.
like bowling pins.
Okay. Did you get a look at the driver of the vehicle as it went through the parade?
Yeah. When I had just said it veered to the left and then struck the group of people, it was about probably 6 or 7 feet from where I was standing,
Okay.
and I saw directly through the driver's window.
What did you see?
32 miles
I
an
saw
hour.
a man focused on the group ahead of him.
Is that
That's a
Daryl
good
Brooks that you
detail
saw?
for her to
Yes.
give.
And as
Focused
soon
on the
as
group.
That happened about 10 seconds.
That helps
after,
show intent.
I froze and I said to my mom, who was with me, I just saw that guy at the gas station.
Angry.
And it clicked that it was the same person.
You remember exactly that it was the same person?
Yes.
Okay.
Who she's already identified as.
You
Daryl
described hearing
Brooks.
some noises that you described as thuds, is that right?
Yes.
What do you think that noise was?
Hitting a large group of people with a vehicle.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Brooks honking the horn on the vehicle at all?
No.
You described some driving maneuvers where you saw him going from side to side of the road, is that correct?
Yeah, I saw it coming up Main Street in the far right lane, and I was in the far left, on the sidewalk of the far left, and it was then in the far left lane.
Okay. Were you able to estimate the speed of the vehicle at that time?
Objection, hearsay.
It's not hearsay.
Overruled.
would you be able to estimate the speed?
To the best of my knowledge, I would say 20 miles per hour, perhaps.
Did you ever see the vehicle?
As many bodies as it did. I remember the brake lights, but then it continued.
Did you actually see the vehicle?
These
drive
gremlins are
over
annoying
people?
me.
I saw it hit the group and people fly, and then there was just chaos in the street.
Okay. Had your boyfriend's daughter already gone through?
No, she had not.
Okay. So she was back waiting to join the parade, or you?
We
did you
didn't
where she
know
was?
at the time, no. So as soon as it happened, my boyfriend leaped up to go help people, and I grabbed him. I said, no, go find her. So then he took off and had to go find her down 5 blocks.
Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. I don't have any other questions for you.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any cross-exam for this witness?
I do.
Don't victimize her.
You stated that you saw brake lights. Would that be fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Would it be fair to say you would only see brake lights from a vehicle if it was attempting to stop?
Or slow
Or
down.
slow.
So just so I'm clear on that, you would see brake lights on a vehicle that is attempting to slow down or stop.
I'm sure he's
Sure.
not been presented a victim yet.
And you stated that
6
you could
dead is
estimate the
no
speed of the
victims.
vehicle.
I estimated 20 miles per hour.
Whereas the scientific evidence, maybe not at that exact point, was at 32 and 33 at the 2 points brought up.
And would you characterize that as extremely fast?
Through a parade.
For, yes, for the parade, yes.
On the interstate, no. Through a parade, it's Mach 5. People walk at 2 miles an hour.
How did you come to the conclusion of the speed?
With how quickly it went from point A to point B in my range of sight.
I mean, they had barricades
back
and
to the gas
police
station,
cars, but did they have a
incident.
sign? Because to really keep
You
someone out,
were-
you've got to have a sign.
I guess I would need to see the map again.
Can I
Yeah.
see Exhibit 7? That's the way
Map.
you should ask.
We still have the map with the markings available up, or was it cleared after we captured it?
I didn't clear it.
Yeah,
Okay.
could we please save that as 7B, please, Your Honor?
It will be saved as 7B.
And admitted.
Any position on that, Mr. Brooks?
Yeah, I don't see the relevancy of the map.
He just asked to see the
Directly
map.
Related to her testimony, sir, it's relevant. Your objection is noted.
So,
It's overruled. Exhibit 7B is received.
yeah, I don't see the relevancy of the map.
It's directly
Then
related to her
why did you
testimony, sir.
ask
It's
to
relevant.
see the
Your
map?
objection is noted.
So,
It's overruled. Exhibit 7B is received.
But is it relevant?
where were you positioned again at the stoplight?
In the
I
middle
was in
lane.
the front row in the middle lane.
Do you remember if it was a car to your right?
I think there was a car to my right.
There was to her left. But you didn't pull into the lane to her right. You pulled into the lane
Do
to
you
her left,
recall if
nose
the
to nose
vehicle
with
you
that
saw
car.
going into the gas station had any tinted windows?
I do not.
She saw you out the window. She said you were gesturing out
And you
the
stated
window.
that you were pretty sure it was only one occupant in that vehicle?
Plus, the windshield can't
Yes. That's all I
be
can
overly
see.
tinted anyway. At the very least, the
Well, all you
windshield.
can see, or are you sure that it was only one occupant?
She
I could
only
see one
saw
person.
one occupant.
So it'd be fair to say you couldn't see any other seats in the vehicle.
I saw one person when it was head to head with the vehicle next to me, the one with the arms in the air, and then I saw one person as they
And
stuck
you're
his
the
head out
one
window
person
when
she
saw
saw
it.
in the driver's
Could you see
seat
the passenger seat?
at 2 locations.
I could not. from
Are
that
you
point.
trying to
Could you see the back seats?
imply that someone
No.
was driving from the passenger seat or from the back seat or egging you on or what? Where's he going? I mean, with the testimony, I know where he's going with driving or traveling.
Are we done with the map? I'd like to turn. it
Oh,
over.
oh, yeah.
He was
I'm
asking
sorry.
about the driver's seat. Shouldn't it be who was in the or he asked about the driver's seat. Shouldn't it be who was in the traveler seat
Do you recall
and the co-traveler seat?
who subpoenaed you here to testify?
Yes.
You stated for the record?
Yes, I said. Oh,
You-
the state of Wisconsin District Attorney.
The
do you
Waukesha
see the
County
state of
District
Wisconsin present
Attorney.
in the courtroom today?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained. Mr. Brooks, move on. Under
Bear in mind, she was
9611, I've
excluded.
sustained
She
all of the
did. She
objections
hasn't heard
related to
any
this
of the
line
other
of questioning.
witnesses.
It's not
So
relevant.
this is her first time hearing
Next
his
topic,
sovereign citizen
or I
BS.
will find that the cross-examination by you is done.
Good job. Rein him in
So
after the first time.
You're sustaining every question pertaining to that part of question?
Yeah.
Or is it for
Yes.
every testimony? Or
It's on that topic, so you may continue if you choose another topic.
She has foreclosed on that entire topic.
have you ever seen the plaintiff?
She
state of
foreclosed on
Wisconsin
that
before?
entire topic. You're
Right,
done.
Pursuant to 90611, judge controls the order and mode of interrogation, that these questions violate sub 1, and Mr. Brooks will not be able to ask any further questions of this witness. State have any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
She's getting a lot quicker in shutting him down. She's tired of it.
What was
Mr. Brooks,
violated?
I'm not going to address that right now.
She's not going to do it in front of the
This would be a
jury.
good time to take our afternoon break. So we'll be, I need to address a couple things with the parties, but as far as the jurors are concerned.
So he won't have to wait too long to
Break.
argue
Give or
it because
take.
the jury's going to
All rise
leave
for
right
the
now,
jurors, please.
and then he can bitch and moan. But once again, the judge is tired of it. She's given him enough rope to hang himself, and now she's just going to shut it down first time, which is appropriate at this point. You have the right to conduct your examination of the witness, but that right is not unlimited. You have to ask
Has passed.
relevant questions.
3 notes to the court. I review them as they come in. At times I put no response needed by the court. I initial it, date it, put the time. These will be uploaded into the file at some point. There was one particular request I do want to take up by Mr. Brooks, and that is at 1:11 p.m. he sent a note to the court indicating, I'm very emotional right now. Can I go to the other court? I responded to that at 1:20 p.m. and I said the court will address this at the next break. Clerk advised to provide a copy of this response to the parties forthwith. I believe she may have provided even the other note, a copy of the other note in my response at that time, but at a minimum, I know my response was copied and provided to the parties. I did note that I saw Mr. Brooks reviewing the papers. They were put on the corner of his table. I wrote down the time. It's not at my fingertips. I'll look for that. But in any event, I did want to address that with you, Mr. Brooks. You've been in the courtroom. You've been meaningfully participating. Are you asking to go to the other courtroom?
We went back on the record. I was very emotional at that time. Still very emotional, but I'm
Technically,
attempting
he
as best I can to hold it
doesn't.
together.
Well, I wouldn't say he has the right
That
to go to the other courtroom
girls
as he
need
wishes.
to- since we are
The default
addressing
is
certain things outside,
he's
of it.
While
in
addressing this
this
first, sir, Are
courtroom.
you making a request to go to the other
I'm not
courtroom?
making any requests at this time. Like I just stated, I'm trying my best to hold everything together, considering how this day has been. I can't expect anybody else to know what's inside my head, to know what I'm going through right now. But yeah,
Which is why the judge asks you clarifying
Thank you.
questions.
That is noted for the record. At some point, sir, after I admitted Exhibit 6, you raised an objection. I told you I would allow you to raise that outside the presence of the jury.
Generally, they'd
That was
approach,
your opportunity
but
to do
since
that.
he's shackled,
and which one?
she's allowing it to be raised at a
Oh, the,
later time once the jury
video?
leaves. Because generally, if it's not raised immediately, it's waived, the objection. But because he's shackled and
think
acting as his own attorney,
Very clear what I was referring to in that.
they have
video.
to
The interview
take it into
portion
account.
of the officer with the 3 individuals has language in it that you made a ruling about, pertaining to a whole different entire.
Which part of the video, sir?
The interview part, I'm gonna say it again.
You
as
you
I've
can
already
you
said
can
it
say
clearly
exactly
enough,
what it is. The
interview
jury's not
part
there.
between the officer and the 3
You
individuals.
can reference her
What
ruling that
specifically Are you referring to what statement, sir? I need some
Do
specificity
you need it
to
played?
that.
Do you need it played?
Mr. Brooks, you're the one making the objection. Please make your offer of proof so I can rule on it.
The offer of proof is that there's language said by
What
Erica Patterson in
language?
that interview that can be audible, referring to another situation in another county. You made a ruling on that would not be admitted into evidence. So at the very least, that portion of the video that you've already admitted into evidence should be removed, or the whole video should be struck and removed from the record. And I'm saying that because of the ruling that you made, the judicial determination that you made, Your Honor.
Let me turn to the state attorney Opper. I don't specifically recall. If I need to review it on a break, maybe I will, but do you have any idea what this is referring to?
I do not, Your Honor. I did not hear anything in that recording that would violate your previous orders.
It's very clear if the video was played that you can hear language
It's
said
very
in
clear.
that portion of the video that you clearly ruled on.
State specifically
I'll review
what
it at
she
a later
ruled
point in
on.
time.
State
The
specifically
state will need
what
to,
you think was said.
just file that.
This
clip
vague
flash
nonsense
drive so I can
it can't be ruled on
review that in
because she doesn't
chambers.
know what the hell you're
From
talking
my
about.
perspective, even if there were to be something, it was not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. This was to provide an account of the what the officer was experiencing, but I'll review it. If there is something in there I certainly can. It doesn't change the fact that the video itself is admissible. It might have an impact on whether it's played again for the jury, at least at that particular point.
Or
but
if the
again, I
jury's
didn't
maybe given
personally
an
catch that, but
admonishment
there was a
or
lot going on in that video at that time, a lot of audio. There's clearly, in addition to the audio from the squad, you can hear the radio. So I will need to review it.
and the
again.
video has been
Mr. Brooks, I'd
available for a
appreciate if you
while,
not
I'm
roll your
sure.
eyes at me. There was
And
a lot going on in that
if
video.
there really were a
I don't think
problem,
anyone in this courtroom
his
would disagree with
attorneys,
me. What I'm
before he
telling
fired
you, I'm
them,
giving you
I'm
the
sure would
opportunity
have
to raise the
moved
issue
to
since
exclude
you
it.
essentially didn't, well, let me state it this way. You raised it when you thought it was appropriate. I told you I'd take it up outside the presence of the jury. That's what I'm giving you the opportunity to do. What I'm telling you is I'm not going to make a ruling specifically because I need to watch the video. And so I don't think that's something you should be rolling your eyes at. That's proper for this court.
But he's a
it would be,
child. He needs to roll
something
his
that if I
eyes.
were to just give my ruling right now, it would be
Not in your
something
favor.
that someone could look at later on and say, well, you just admitted on the record, you didn't hear it yourself. So what I'm telling you, sir, is I'm going to take the time, not now during the trial, but on a break when I can look at it in chambers and keep a careful ear out for what you said. And then I'll come back and make my ruling. So that's giving deference to your request. So I don't think it warrants you rolling your eyes at me.
I wasn't rolling my eyes to you about
So
that.
with that, we're on recess,
I would-
15 minutes, everyone. The court's.
Your Honor.
I realized they were on recess as soon as she said it. I wish they hadn't cut the feed immediately because he was still yapping. And I would have liked to hear it. So the second witness, Ms. Bird, I think, was clearly nervous, which I would be too. I'd hate to testify to something like this. I'd have butterflies all over my stomach. And she was a good witness, I thought. And her testimony definitely was helpful to the prosecution. So that was, I think they selected a good witness, especially since, just like the one before her, they both saw him at two separate locations, both on the road in front of the gas station and the gas station parking lot, but also then at the parade. And so they could see that it was him in the car driving, traveling. He was agitated before reaching the parade, and then he barreled through the parade. So those were two great witnesses. And I think we did make up the 16 minutes because there were a couple of points where the stream randomly jumped forward, and we missed a little of the officer's testimony, the end of his direct and beginning of his cross, because YouTube's gonna YouTube, and it jumped on us. And so I just made sure we're caught up. So kind of annoying that it did it to us, because otherwise it would have been a 1-minute break, and I talked for 2 or 3, so we could have just gone straight into it then. But YouTube's gonna YouTube. So do you guys have any questions and observations? I do like, Steve, you noticed the fringe on the flag. That's something I still don't understand. How they think it changes the jurisdiction and how they decided it's maritime. It's simply decorative. It's ridiculous. A funny anecdote, though. In Utah, first-year lawyers are required to go through I think it's called the New Lawyer Training Program. It's basically, it's a mentorship program. And my neighbor around the corner was my mentor. And I didn't know him very well when I asked him, but he was the first name on the list I saw of lawyers willing to take mentees from outside of their firm. And he comes from a family of lawyers. His dad was one of the 2 named partners on one of the biggest law firms here in Utah. And he had 7 kids. All 7 went on to become lawyers. So for one of the monthly meetings with my mentor, we went to visit his sister, who was a judge here in Salt Lake at the Matheson Courthouse, the main district court downtown. She was getting ready to retire, and she was going through a bench trial. It was a semi truck driver who received a ticket for an accident, and he was found guilty at the municipal court, the lowest city court. And you can appeal directly to the district court for a brand new trial. It's not like the standard appeal. It's a de novo trial. And she found him not guilty. And this went into the evening. So we arrived at like 6 o'clock and watched 45 more minutes of the trial. And then she invited us from the gallery up to her bench, and we went up the stairs and then down the stairs behind her desk. There's a partition. We went down, and the flag was right next to it. And she had been going through cancer. So she had, I think she had neuropathy from it. So she wasn't super steady on her feet. And so she had stopped wearing her black robe, just wearing a black dress or a black suit, because the robe was giving her trouble. So going down the stairs, she lost her balance a little bit and grabbed for the railing and caught the flag and almost pulled it over. We got out the back door, and she was joking with us, and she said, "It's a good thing I didn't pull the flag down. That would have been a disaster with people still in the courtroom." Which was it was her little joke. But then she, with a twinkle in her eye, she turned to us and she said, "But I guess it would have been even worse if it had a fringe on it." Which I appreciated. She wouldn't have had any knowledge that I have a fascination with sovereign citizens, and I think the general public maybe isn't aware about the conspiracy theories about the fringe on the flag. But I definitely appreciated that. It definitely gave me a chuckle. So, I wonder if he's still pitching a fit, since he was starting to as they went to recess. And if he was, or is, I wonder if he is still in the courtroom. Although I guess for recess he wouldn't be, because that's his opportunity to use the facilities, and as a defendant, he still has that right, that the opportunity. And that's kind of the only opportunity he has. I'm definitely glad, though, that the judge shut him down quickly on that last witness. And especially, it doesn't make sense, period. You know, have you met the plaintiff? Is the plaintiff in the room? Da da da. But I mean, asking of police officers is ridiculous, but it's they might know kind of what he's talking about, especially if they've dealt with sovereign citizens, which, as patrol officers, they might have. But asking a random citizen witness, do you see the plaintiff in the courtroom? That not only is it ridiculous and abusive, the witness isn't going to have any clue what you're talking about. You're just going to be met with confusion. And so it doesn't help one bit. And I don't think he realizes just how much it doesn't help. And that it is going to turn the jury against him even more. But even if he does realize, I'm sure he doesn't care, because it is his ideology. It's dogma to him. It's his opportunity to preach his sovereign citizenship, even if people don't realize that's what he's doing, and that's what he's trying to elicit from them as witnesses. And I'm sure the jury mostly doesn't know what he's trying to get at with this, but even if they don't understand, they can see that every one of his questions along that line has been successfully objected to, and that the judge is cracking down on him, stopping him sooner and sooner. And so they're realizing this is a complete waste of time. We're here out of duty, away from our families, away from our jobs, not getting paid for their jobs. I mean, you do get paid as a juror, but for most people, it's not as much as you'd make from working the full day. Although some good companies do actually have paid jury duty leave. The one time I had to appear for jury duty, I was working for the university, so it was a state job, and I only missed one day of work, and the juror pay was less than I was paid, but my boss instructed me to select jury duty instead of time off on my timesheet. And then also he said, technically, since I'm being paid for the full day that I'm missing, I'm technically supposed to either endorse my juror check back to the university or basically do something to equalize so I'm not getting a windfall for jury duty. You know, a whole like $30 windfall. But my boss also didn't care. He just pointed out, this is technically what I think is the policy, but I don't care. Don't do it. He really didn't care. As long as the department came within budget, he didn't care. Plus, he was about to retire, so he had a foot out the door. He didn't care. But back to the point at hand, jurors can tell when a line of questioning has merit, even if it's successfully objected to, if they can see that it's not intentional wasting of their time, they're not going to hold it against you. But if they see we've spent, out of 8 hours we've been in the courthouse today, 3 of it has been spent on time wasting, abusive questions, you're turning them against you. And if the jury dislikes you, that high bar of reasonable doubt is lowered because the jury, within the definition, and remember, yesterday the judge laid out the legal definition of what reasonable doubt is. But the jury still has some leeway deciding what they think is reasonable, what their threshold is, and if they like you, they might have it super high. If they don't like you, it might be getting closer to clear and convincing. They'd never say it. Clear and convincing is basically you have sort of the pre-trial and police officer levels of doubt or of evidence, and so you have your reasonable suspicion, and I'm pulling a blank because I'm probable cause. So, like, reasonable suspicion is what you need to pull someone over.
Please be
Probable
seated.
cause, and then preponderance is sort of the
We are back
50-50.
on the record.
That's for most civil cases.
Mr. Brooks, you
But
have
some civil
incredible
cases
hearing
have clear and
because you are right.
convincing, which might be like
At approximately
75-25.
2:58 to 2:59 in that video, I can hear Erica Patterson saying that I get into an argument or I argue with my baby daddy all the time, and he previously ran over my foot.
Oh,
So I'm going to take the request under advisement. At this point, I'm inclined to strike this exhibit from the state's case. I'm going to give the parties over the weekend to file any written requests.
I wouldn't have
regarding it
heard
for
that.
Further authority, and I'll address it first thing Monday morning. So thank you for bringing that to my attention.
I'm not interrupting.
which is
No, go ahead.
attorneys should have done previously because they had the evidence.
Ruling on the filing for the demand of verified statement of particulars by affidavit.
Mr. Brooks, I'm
That's
not
sovereign
going to address
citizen
that.
nonsense.
It
She's
is an
already
argument
told
that's
you
without
no.
merit. I'm summarily denying it yet again. We're going to bring the jury back out, okay? We're going to continue with testimony. Does the state have the next witness available?
We do, Your Honor.
Your objection is noted for the record. We're continuing, Mr. Brooks. Thank you.
I'm aware of that, Your Honor. I was just trying to make sure I didn't interrupt you while you were saying something. So
State's next witness, please.
will you be proving the subject matter?
We need the jury. Yeah.
Oh, we do. Oh, sometimes I get a
The
little
judge
ahead of
doesn't need to
myself.
prove
Let's bring the jury out.
the subject matter.
Tenant's motion to dismiss this case for lack of personal and subject matter jurisdiction.
Denied. And the jury's coming in. Stop it.
And I'd like to state that for the record.
Your statement is noted.
You have not proven subject matter jurisdiction
She
yet.
doesn't have to. She has determined she does
Are you
have
making a
subject
judicial
matter
Can I direct your
jurisdiction.
attention to the Barnaby decision, Mr. Brooks?
Is that a
Yes.
judicial determination?
Yes. She's a judge. It's a judicial determination. Yes. And she doesn't have to answer your
The
questions.
record should reflect then that I got no
No,
answer.
you don't say what the record reflects. The judge says what the record reflects. Which is irrelevant anyway, because there's a spoken record. It's the record will reflect that the witness was waving his hands around wildly. The record will reflect the witness was pointing to the gas station on the map. That
I have a Post-it note, Madam Clerk. All right, thank you, everyone. Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
he didn't stand
Your
for the
Honor, the
jury.
state calls Detective Casey.
All right, Detective Casey,
How
if you would
rude.
please take the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
He's a detective,
Please
so
be
he's in a
seated.
suit, not a uniform.
Would you please state your first and last name?
He does have a lapel pin, though, on
his.
his suit jacket.
Thomas Casey, Thomas, Casey, Casey.
That's a good upper Midwest accent.
Thank you.
T-O-T-H-O.
Detective Casey, what is your current employment?
I'm employed by the City of Waukesha Police Department.
And what is your rank?
I'm a detective.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
30.
25 years.
Yeah.
And, directing your
25.
attention to the date of November 21, 2021, were you on duty that day, sir?
Yes, I was.
In what capacity?
Well, my rank was detective, but I was assigned to the Christmas parade as traffic control.
Okay. Just helping out?
Even the bigwigs
Just
have
helping
to
All right.
help with big
And,
events.
have you patrolled the Christmas parade in the past, sir?
Yes, I have for many years.
Okay. And the parade's always held on Main Street in downtown Waukesha, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. About what time did you report to the parade route?
That day, myself and 3 other people started at 1 p.m.
And where'd you go?
My position was on White Rock Avenue and East Main Street.
Okay. And as a detective, you typically dress in plain clothes, is that correct?
Typically,
That day, were you in plain clothes or a police uniform?
I was in a police uniform.
Could you describe that for the jury, please?
I had a jacket on that had shoulder patches on each side. I had a hat that said police on the top of it. And I had a neon vest on that said police on the front and back of it.
Were you driving a squad car?
I had an unmarked squad with me, and I also had a marked Ford Explorer with me.
At his
and,
location.
The unmarked squad, are there any red and blue emergency lights on that squad, sir?
Yes, there are.
In more than one location?
Yes, the front, rears, and then the sides.
Okay. At your post there on White Rock and Main Street, did you have your unmarked squad parked there?
Yes, I did.
And then there was also a marked squad parked there.
Correct.
Were the red and blue lights activated on those squads?
Yes, they were.
What was the purpose in activating the red and blue lights?
To notify.
Unmarked squad parked there?
Yes, I did.
Come
And then there
on,
was also a
stop
marked
with the
squad right
gremlins.
there.
Correct.
Were the red and blue lights activated on those squads?
Yes, they were.
What was the purpose in activating the red and blue lights?
To notify traffic that the road was closed down, make it easier to see.
Okay. And you said you reported for duty at 1 p.m.?
Yes.
And about what time was it when you actually went down to the parade route and shut down that intersection?
Right when I got there at 1 p.m.
Okay. So that area was closed since 1 p.m. that afternoon.
Correct. So the area on White Rock Avenue between Niagara and Main Street is the staging area for the parade floats when they come in. So they close that area about 3 hours earlier before the parade starts.
I see. What was the weather like that day?
It's very cold and windy out.
Late November in
What time was the
Wisconsin.
parade supposed to start?
4 p.m.
And do you know about how many units were participating in the parade?
There were 67 units that were assigned that day.
And all of them are told to report to the staging area to line up before they get onto the parade route. Is that right?
Correct. The roadway is closed to my position and they're all supposed to enter from the north and come south.
Okay. How many spectators would you estimate were present at the parade?
Oh, there had to be at least 5,000 people. There were there. The parade route is about 6/10 of a mile long. The sidewalks were packed. There were some people in the roadway. So we estimate that there was probably at least 5,000 people watching the parade that day.
Okay. And you're obviously aware, sir, that there was a tragic event that occurred as the parade was underway, correct?
Correct.
Do you know of the 67 units that you told us about, how many units were impacted directly by the conduct of Mr. Daryl Brooks?
There was 8 units that all had people that were injured during the parade.
And you know which units those are, or which groups those are?
Yes, I do.
If I were to show you video of those groups early in the parade route before the SUV goes through, would you be able to identify those groups for us and tell us a little bit about each one?
Certainly.
Okay, this
Alright.
is going to be
Just to be
difficult,
clear, sir,
but not as difficult as video of him
well,
driving
quickly
through
put up
them.
Exhibit 1. It's the easiest way to ask my question.
Exhibit 1 will be published.
I would quickly like to object to being called that name. I do not recognize the name.
Overruled.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled.
Of course, I didn't like the form of the question.
So,
It sort of
again,
presupposed that.
The direction of travel for the parade is what? Which direction, sir?
The parade starts in this area right here.
Okay.
This here is the staging area, and it travels this way, which is southwesterly fashion, and then it proceeds this direction, which is west.
Okay. So the units that were struck first by the SUV were near the end of the parade, correct?
Near the end or maybe the middle. There
Or
were
the-
still some parades that haven't even started the parade route yet, and there were some that had already finished.
Okay. And so we'll just play these videos, please. And I'm going to ask you again, as we play them, to identify the various groups that were impacted. So,
Attorney Upper, any request as relates to the annotation?
no, I don't think so. Not at this time, Your Honor. We can let that one go.
All right, Mr. Brooks, any request as it relates to the annotation?
He
I don't
objects.
understand what is annotation.
Next time, wait. Sure. The monitor, the touch screen made annotations, made marks. We've been capturing it. The state said they were not asking that an exhibit be made. Unfortunately,
They're
no
asking if
longer
you
on there.
want it as an exhibit.
So we won't have the specific markings. Would you have wanted those markings to be captured? Okay, because I would give instructions to Detective Casey to redo them if you wanted.
No.
All right, then go ahead.
All right. So I'm going to ask, we're going to preview Exhibit 10, please.
She needs to address him as if he's a 5-year-old.
Do you see the beginning of Exhibit 10 on your screen, sir?
No, I do not.
It should be. It might take a second.
The gremlins are in his computer too.
I have an image on there now.
Okay. Do you recognize that image?
Yes, I do.
And do you know Exhibit 10 to be a video?
Have a good weekend, Static.
Yes, I do.
Thanks for hanging out.
Looking at it right now, do you recognize the group that is displayed on that first screenshot, I
And
guess,
yes,
from the video?
I
Yeah,
plan on being
display.
here
Yes, I
Monday.
do.
Okay. and
If
what
court's
group do you see
active.
there, sir?
The Catholic Communities of Waukesha.
Okay. And do you believe this clip that we're about to show the jury will be a truthful and accurate representation of the parade units as they entered the parade route?
It's
Overruled.
Yes, I do.
Learn
believe that they do.
other
Okay.
objections
Move to admit number 10. And
or
permission
what
to publish, Your
hearsay
Honor.
is.
For the record, how long is Exhibit 10?
It is 3 minutes and 31 seconds, Your Honor.
Any position by?
He objects. He objects on what
Objection is
grounds?
noted. It's overruled.
What
Permission.
What are the
Exhibit
grounds for
10 is
admitting the
received,
exhibit?
Permission to
That,
publish is granted.
that it's
Brooks,
you
your
give
objection is
grounds for
noted.
an objection.
It's overruled. I'll answer this. I believe the evidence is relevant to the charges in this case.
And it's admissible.
Detective Casey, before we begin playing the video, what do you see? Could you please describe for the jury and orient them to what they're seeing at this point?
So this would be the Catholic Communities of Waukesha. They would be marching westbound on Main Street, which is at the early beginning of the
That's
parade.
one of the
And
groups
the
he
cross
ran
street there
through.
would be East Avenue, and the church behind them should be St. Matthias Church.
Okay. And did they have a banner in front of their group as they marched down the road?
Yes, they do.
Okay. To your knowledge, sir, you've seen many videos from this parade, correct?
Correct.
And you saw some of these units, at least as they entered the route, correct?
Correct.
Did the Catholic Community of Waukesha, did the participants for that group wear any specific clothing or uniforms, to your knowledge?
No, they do not.
The objection is noted. It's overruled. And the answer may stand.
It's relevant
And to your
because
knowledge, did they
she's
walk in
trying to
any sort of
identify
formation?
them in
It was
the.
just a random formation.
parade.
Sometimes they changed a little bit as they were walking.
Okay. Please play.
Looks like there's kids, parents, grandkids, strollers and wagons.
And now at about the 24-second mark, what's the next unit coming into the screen?
The dancing grannies.
Okay. And
Right.
they had a banner?
Correct.
Okay.
And the woman on the
He
Left-hand
killed
side of the screen is
multiple
Virginia
of
Sorensen.
the dancing grannies,
On the
Virginia
left-hand side of the
Sorensen
screen, or the
being
left-hand side
one
the
of them.
Objection. That was not the question asked who the person was.
I'll sustain the objection.
Wow, he got one
The
sustained.
answer was non-responsive. I'll strike it. Next question.
Of
Jury
course,
shall
she can
dis-
ask,
shall
do you
disregard
see
the
Virginia
last answer
Sorensen in
provided
this?
by Detective Casey.
All right. Actually, we're just gonna play this and we won't identify any people at this point.
Just the groups.
To your knowledge, sir, did the dancing grannies have a uniform?
Yes, they did.
Do you remember generally what it looked like?
It was a blue dress. They had hats. They had some lights around them.
Okay.
White tennis shoes.
Okay. And did they march in a formation, to your knowledge?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
As a dance
Display.
troupe, you'd expect it. But yeah, Virginia Sorensen, according to the opening, was carrying the banner as she was struck. Normally, she'd be in the chase vehicle observing as she was one of the coaches. for the dance troupe. But she was filling in, carrying the banner. And for those who don't have video, we're watching the dancing grannies in front of kind of a big Gothic looking office or administrative building.
What's that vehicle, sir?
It's a support vehicle for the dancing grannies.
Where Virginia Sorensen
Right.
normally
Let me
would have
see
been.
that, no, strike that. All right, so that they had a banner in front and then a white, looked like SUV type vehicle at the rear of their group?
Yes.
Okay. Now that was the 146 mark. I paused and we will continue to play.
First off, welcome, D-Pat. I couldn't begin to speculate what his motive was.
And if you could please pause
I
at the 205 mark. Which unit is this?
don't
please?
know if he
Could be
was
Citizens
just
Bank.
trying to get away
And,
and didn't care that the
Did
parade
these
was in his way,
participants have a
or
uniform or something that would be
if he was
recognizable?
angry and
Not really uniform, but
was
a couple of
taking
ladies
it
got
out on
together
the
and wore
parade.
Same pants and jackets over top,
He-
and then some Santa hats.
the argument with his
And they had this float
girlfriend
associated with their unit?
had been
Yes.
about
Okay.
her not
Did they
bailing him
march in
out.
formation to your knowledge?
No, just sort of random. They were
paying his
handing out
bail.
candy, walking around, and no specific place.
Okay.
So
Play.
it could be he was aggrieved by having been jailed and not bailed out and argued with his girlfriend
Uh,
and thought,
Do you
I'm gonna
know
go full
about how many,
supervillain.
people are involved with this unit?
those would be my closest guess.
Give me answer.
I would estimate about 35 girls, younger age, varying.
Okay. And again, they started with a banner in the front.
Yes.
Did they have a support vehicle involved as well?
Yes, pickup truck that there were two people in the back of the bed, which were resupplying the candy for the people that were marching.
Okay. Did these girls have a certain uniform?
Yes, they did.
What do you remember about their uniform?
Black tights, black sweater, white tennis shoes, and they all had a headband on.
This children's dance
that lit
troupe
up.
consisted
To
of
your knowledge, did they march in
young
formation?
children up through teenagers.
The girls in the front, there was 4 different groups of girls based on sort of their age and their ability. The girls in the front had more of a formation than some of the tiny tots that were in the back.
Okay. Play. All right, that's the end of that clip. I'd like to show you another clip that's been marked as State's Exhibit number 11 so that we can continue with the parade units, please. We'll preview it for you, sir.
They haven't previewed it yet. The objection is
And you
premature
questioned the witness
anyway.
regarding the exhibit.
Thank you.
I would note for Mr. Brooks that in addition to being relevant to the charges, it also goes to background and context.
What do you mean by background?
Background to the event. Events that led up to
Like
all
detail,
of the charges, the reason for
It
why we're here.
could be.
detail background.
It's regarding the parade, sir.
He's definitely
I don't
not
understand, but okay.
winning any favors with the
I
jury,
understand.
but the jury is
Statements
only
noted for the record.
deciding guilt or innocence. At least I assume in some states it's very limited, but some states the jury does decide the term of the sentence. But if they find him guilty, it is mandatory life for the top 6 charges. And Wisconsin doesn't have the death penalty, so there shouldn't be a penalty phase of the trial. So him being unlikable does hurt him as far as his credibility, but it won't hurt as far as sentencing. Hopefully, I mean, the judge could hold it against him. And generally, there is an incentive to take a plea offering as opposed to going through trial or even being combative in trial. But with 77 charges, 6 of them being life sentences, 6 more being hit and run resulting in death.
Having technical difficulties, Judge, trying to spin
Which is
the,
You can see that.
Separate charges.
Video to get
They're
it
not
upright.
lesser included, like murder and manslaughter, which merge. So 6 life sentences plus 6 25-year sentences plus 64 more cases, varying from a couple years up to 25 years, I think. I did hear the good boy speech. That's not her liking him. She's putting it on the record that he behaved yet for parts of yesterday, that he's capable of behaving. She's putting it on the record that he's participating in his defense, that he's asking, that he's making objections, some of them even good. Well, close. He's asking some appropriate questions on cross-examination. So that was her preserving the record.
I apologize, Judge.
Of course, she can't show her
More planning
disgust
here.
if she has disgust because she's the judge. She wants as full a record for appeal as possible because there will be an appeal, if assuming conviction. We are assuming conviction. Because if he's acquitted, I don't see how he'd be acquitted of every charge. But if he's acquitted, there is no appeal. But we're assuming a conviction and there will be an appeal. Judges don't like being overturned on appeal. And the prosecutors definitely don't want it because they don't want to retry the case. They don't. Number one, the time and expense is just enormous. This is costing, I'm not going to say millions, but I'm sure it's over $1 million by the end of it. It's expensive, even for the state, to try a case. And So even just at that level, they don't want to do it. But they especially don't want to put victims and witnesses through it again. That's why yesterday when Brooks tried, well, he didn't try. He almost opened the door to excluded evidence with one of his questions. And the first time the judge said, "Are you sure you want to do that?" The second time the witness turned to the judge, should I answer that? And the prosecutor, the young man on the left of the screen right now, said to he got up, went to Brooks, and showed him why it was a bad idea to ask that question, because they do not want it overturned. And I've kind of lost where they are in real time. I think it's still discussing, well, or at least trying to get the next video up of the second part of the parade footage. I assume they're having technical difficulties. I got lost in my rambling.
It's up on my monitor and the witness.
All right.
All right. Thanks.
That's it. They've got it going.
I appreciate everyone's patience. I apologize. All right, sir. You now see the front screen of State's Exhibit number 11, correct?
Yes, I do.
And it's upright.
Correct.
Okay. And you have seen State's Exhibit number 11 before, correct?
Yes, I have.
Do you believe it's a
Hold
true?
on, there's been an objection. Are you objecting to the question?
I'm objecting to, is that the same video? I don't see the same person that was
It's a new
directly in the
video.
camera view when it was sideways.
It's a new.
Looks like a totally different video.
Sir, it's not been admitted
They're
yet.
authenticating the video
State's
right
laying a
now.
foundation for that. And I'm gonna let them continue questioning.
So, Detective Casey, you have seen State's Exhibit number 11 before, correct?
Yes, I have.
And you believe it's a true and accurate representation of the events of November 21, 2021?
Objection.
Yeah.
It's not.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled.
Read what hearsay is.
Yes, I do.
All right, move for admission of number 11 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
I
Mr.
don't
Brooks, On
know
the admission of Exhibit
Yes,
11.
if there's
definitely object. This is
video
not
of
the same
him
video
striking
that
the
was
pedestrians.
uh,
I'm guessing there
attempted
is
to be
because
shown. This is a totally different
people
video.
are going to have cameras out,
Mr. Brooks, your objection
at a
is
parade.
noted.
Especially
there wasn't
proud
much
parents.
Testimony about whatever that prior exhibit
But-
was, and I'm going off of his testimony about seeing this particular.
I don't know
video
if we'll
clip
see
with
it.
The still image in front of him that he identified. and
Court
previously reviewed,
TV
and it's
might not
accurate, true and accurate.
put it on the
So based on that, your objection's noted.
live
It is
stream and
overruled.
limit it
I'll
to
receive
the
Exhibit 11.
jury
Permission to
and
publish is granted.
courtroom.
You struck the last video then that didn't.
The last video wasn't admitted, sir. There were technical issues. They moved on. We will continue. Go ahead.
But even if there
Okay,
isn't
so again,
video,
please orient us.
there are
Casey.
So we're now a little bit
eyewitnesses who
further
can
west
testify what
on
they
Main
saw.
Street. This is about maybe 2 blocks west of the last location, and the cross street it would be at is northwest Barstow Street.
Okay. And what unit is shown on the screen at the moment?
This would be the Waukesha Blazer support vehicle, and then the baseball players come shortly behind it.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did this group walk in any certain formation?
No, they didn't. They walked around. They were also handing out candy, just sort of walking around, mingling with the crowd and themselves.
Okay.
I don't
And,
think they've explained
were
what the
some of the players
Waukesha
wearing their
Blazers
baseball
are.
jerseys?
Yes, they were.
And other individuals just had on like hats and coats and nothing discernible, correct?
Objection. Irrelevant. Everybody had on coats and hats.
They're
Your
identifying
objection's
them.
Noted. It's overruled.
So most of the players had their jerseys on with their numbers on the back, but there was also some coaches that were marching with them, and they just had regular jackets and hats that were on when they were walking.
Okay. Please play.
I mean, sometimes you're going to, as an attorney, bring an objection you know you're going to lose just to throw them off rhythm. But if you do it to every single question, you're going to lose the jury. You're going to anger the judge. At some point, you're going to get sanctioned.
Truck that's pulling a float that has the Grinch on the back.
Okay. Please play. And now at the 103 mark, we've paused it. What's the next unit coming into view?
This would be the Waukesha South High School marching band.
Go ahead.
And once again, we won't hear from the band members, but we will hear from the band conductor as a witness, I believe they said. Because they don't want to put the kids through it. And at some point, it's cumulative. You can't have all 5,000 people at the parade testify. And we're watching the band
And
in their
pause.
Santa hats.
What's that unit right there in the middle?
Well, there's the mascot first for the Waukesha South Band, and then directly behind that is the Remax Realty support vehicle.
Okay. Is it easy to distinguish the Remax vehicle?
Yes, they had a big hot air balloon basket on the back. And
That's
they
the
had a flame
Remax
that's going up
logo.
The top was
Okay.
very noticeable.
Okay.
Yes, that flamethrower definitely is noticeable. I guess warm up the crowd on a cold winter night. Bingo. He fired his attorney last week. I think on Wednesday. He had the public defenders, fired them on Wednesday, knowing
And
that
we're
jury
gonna stop it
selection
there at
started
about
on
2:15
Monday.
mark. So that's the,
And he said,
the Remax
he got up
going.
and said, I'd
Correct,
like to
sir?
fire my
That's correct.
attorneys
Okay.
and represent myself pro
Are those
per
the,
because I'm a sovereign
8
citizen.
units that were most directly impacted by Mr. Brooks' actions on the parade route, sir?
Yep.
Seem to be in court.
And there's
Your objection
more
is noted.
sovereign
It's overruled.
citizen. I don't
Yes,
I
they
don't
were.
consent to that
In
name.
addition to that, there were some spectators that were injured. Is that correct, sir?
Correct. There's, I would say, 3 different groups of people, spectators that were sitting on the side of the roadway that were also injured.
Okay. At some point, did you and other members of the Waukesha Police Department attempt to identify all the individuals who were injured as a result of Mr. Brooks' actions on the parade route?
That's a big task.
I consent to be in court that name.
Overruled.
Yes, we did.
His consent is not
About
required.
roughly, how many people was that?
There are over 60 people that were injured that we identified.
Okay. Were you able, through your investigation detective, to determine where along the parade route each of these individuals were located at the time they were injured?
Yes, we were.
And were you able to map that information so that we can present it to this jury?
Yes.
Like to please put up number 15 in preview mode.
It's approaching 4 o'clock Milwaukee time, Waukesha time. I think with cross-examination, the good detective here is probably our last witness for the day.
Detective, do you see State's Exhibit number 15 on the screen?
Not yet.
Okay, sorry. Is it up?
No.
Okay. Okay, please tell me when it is.
I'd say they do
All right.
I don't know if they do
Can you
too
please
often or
identify
not
State's Exhibit
often
15?
enough. Because there are some where
This is
I
a
sure
map
wish
that I
they
put
were
together
tased, and
that
others where I
identifies
thought,
the officer
well, that
there
was a
on
little
scene.
premature.
Certain locations.
But I'm
of
definitely
interest that
fascinated
people
by
mentioned when they were
sovereign citizens.
interviewed. Also identifies the victims and the deceased that died during the parade event.
Is this an accurate summary of your investigation, sir?
Yes, it is.
Move to admit number 15 and permission to publish.
Objection.
Mr. Brooks, any position? Your objections noted. The exhibit is received subject to all of the other events laying the foundation for this are ultimately presented to this jury, but you may publish as well.
Thank you.
That means they can show it to the jury right now, but in order to give the exhibit to the jury to deliberate with at the end of the trial, they have to
Please
continue
discuss if you
laying
could,
the foundation
zoom in
through
on the
more
upper right-hand corner
testimony
again. We'll start
in
there.
order to get it admitted
Yeah.
as an exhibit.
All right, so first, in the upper right-hand corner, you've designated where the location of White Rock School and the altercation with Miss Erica Patterson that we had testimony about earlier, correct?
Correct.
And then moving down White Rock, we see the location where Sergeant Warner was, correct?
Correct.
And then we'll keep moving down, please.
And he's testifying here. He doesn't have personal experience seeing where each of the
Okay, good.
incidents took place, but
I see your
he's
name in the middle of the
essentially
map, sir. Could
testifying
you
from
start at that
official
spot
police
and,
records.
describe what's in that area and then start working down the street towards Buckley.
So my location, I had two vehicles with me, an unmarked Ford Taurus and a marked Ford Explorer. We had put the squad and the two
Testifying
squads
as
in,
to
plastic barricades
where
diagonal.
police determined things happened.
Parade traffic could continue on westbound, and the vehicular traffic that was on East Main Street and Pleasant Street could make turns, and so we wouldn't obstruct traffic that much.
Could you draw that path for us, what you're referring to?
So the vehicles could continue this way without being stopped.
Okay.
Or the opposite way. And then the flow of the parade came this way down to my location and continued westbound without being obstructed.
Okay. I'm not asking for that to be captured, Your Honor.
Let me ask Mr. Brooks if he's asking that the annotations be captured.
Already ruled that they wouldn't be.
No, that was for that one particular.
We don't need it on this one.
All right, then it won't be captured. Go ahead and clear.
Once again,
All
you
right,
have to
sir.
treat him like
Through your
he's
investigation, Were
three.
you able to determine
his
who was the
questions.
first person struck by the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, I was.
And who was that?
Nicole White.
He
was
would
with the
testify
Remax
in
group?
narrative,
And where was
meaning
she
he
when she was
wouldn't
struck?
ask
If you could,
himself questions.
Show us on the
He
diagram.
would basically, the
West
judge
Main
would say
Street,
to the jury,
just
Mr. Brooks
west of Northwest Parsons
would
Street.
now like to testify, and he will
And
tell you
if you could please.
in narrative
show us on the
form
Bottom of the map.
what
Discuss it.
happened.
Hold on, before you move
And then,
Okay.
you know, the
Any
prosecutors
requests to
can
capture
still
that
object
annotation
to
from the state or the defendant.
No.
if he gets into areas where he shouldn't or starts trying to
All right,
state
capture that.
hearsay or if it's irrelevant.
Will be
And then, of
One,
course, once he's done testifying, he would be subject to
Actually, this
cross-examination.
isn't one, this is 15.
Oh, sorry, 15D.
And
8.
if the prosecution asks him questions he
Correction.
wants to object to, he'd just turn to the judge and say
Okay, now,
objection.
is it captured, Madam Clerk? I see it, yep. Okay,
Should I clear it now?
please.
Yes.
Okay. The next unit to have been struck by the defendant's vehicle was what?
The Waukesha South Band.
And we see the names of the individuals in the band that were injured by the SUV, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that location you've identified near the Subway and another business known as Divino Gelato.
Correct.
Okay. What was the next, well, I guess the next unit or individuals to be struck
looks like
were spectators, is that correct?
Injured
That is correct.
individuals are
Charles
listed
Green,
in
Little
green.
And they
I'm
were near the
guessing, and
Martha Merrill Bookstore.
The
correct?
deaths are
They were
listed
on Main
in
Street, just west of
red.
Oxford Street,
Okay,
sitting on a little bump out from the curb.
okay, and they were spectators.
Yes.
He
Okay.
shouldn't.
The next
It
group
would be a bad
to
idea.
have been struck,
It would be, the group is.
It would be a
Bears
terrible
Logistics
idea,
Group.
but
Okay.
I have a feeling
And
he
what were
won't
what,
be able to help
business were they-
himself.
to
It-
have been struck.
At the moment, I
It
put
would
it
be,
50-50.
The group is Bears Logistics Group.
What do you think?
And what were they, what business were they struck nearby?
They were by Bosco Social Club.
Okay. Now we need to go to the top of the map again, please. The next unit that was struck by the defendant's SUV,
It'd be the Waukesha Blazers Baseball Club.
and how many individuals with the Blazers were impacted by the SUV?
5 directly.
And their names are listed there on Exhibit 15.
Yes, they are.
And Jackson Sparks' name is highlighted in red. Why?
He's one of the 6 deceased people from this incident.
That's
Okay.
what I guessed.
The next unit to be impacted,
That would be the Extreme Dance Team.
and the names associated with that team are listed on Exhibit 15.
Yes, they are.
And what was the general area and the street where they were impacted? What business?
They are right in
That's a
front of
lot of
Duffy's
names that were
Bakery,
struck.
or Chef Pam.
Okay.
It's right before the 5 Points in Waukesha, which is an area where Broadway and Main Street cross.
Okay. Can you zoom back into the 5 Point area, please? Okay. And were there any spectators injured in that exact area?
Yes, there were.
And who was that, please?
Isaac Foglia and Deborah Ramirez.
Okay. And then getting through the 5 Points, what was the next group impacted?
It would be Citizens Bank.
Okay. And that was Jane Kulik,
Correct.
and she was fatally injured.
Yes.
Okay. The next group? Or I guess the next group is actually spectators.
Correct. There
Okay.
was 3 children that were sitting on the north side of the roadway on the corner of Clinton Street and West Main, and they were struck by the
The
vehicle.
optimist in me says
What
no,
business
but
is located right there?
The Steaming Cup.
the
is on
realist in me
northwest
might put
corner of
it
that
closer
intersection, so
to
they're very close to that.
that 90% than the 50% I
The next
said.
unit that was impacted?
That would be the Dancing Crannies.
Like I said, it would
That
be a
was just
bad
past
idea.
Clinton Street, sir?
Correct. Just
And
west
I
of
think
Clinton
it
and
would
west
be a
West.
lot of sovereign citizen.
And you've listed the names of the persons that were
Nonsense.
injured by the defendant's vehicle associated with the Dancing Grannies, correct?
The injured and the deceased.
Okay. And again, you've designated the deceased with red.
That's
color
more
red.
deceased than injured with
And
the
the others were
dancing
just
grannies.
Correct.
Okay. And that was near a couple businesses that you noted on the map, sir?
That took up a very large part of the roadway that was very spread out, but Donnie Boy's Tap, Curry Insurance, those are the 2 most common businesses in that area.
Okay. Then if we could move on to the last group. Sorry. What was the last group to be impacted by the defendant's vehicle?
The Catholic Communities of Waukesha.
And have you listed there the names of all the individuals who were injured by the defendant's vehicle related to the Catholic Communities of Waukesha?
That's a long
Yes, I have.
list.
Overruled.
I don't identify or consent to being called the defendant.
Your objections noted.
But you are the defendant. He was
And is
saying
there
a
business
alleged
or,
defendant
entity
cross-examining
nearby
someone
that,
earlier today.
in the area where the Catholic
There's
community
nothing
was struck?
alleged
The
about him
closest
being the
place would be,
defendant.
Planned Parenthood.
Okay. All right, thank you. We can take down exhibit 15, and next I'm going to ask you to please pull up number 12. While she's doing that, Detective, I'll ask you a pretty basic question. All of the
That's why I'm
locations that you've
here,
described for us so
in
far, are
spite
they
of
all
the
located in the same
difficult
footage being captured
context
of the parade
around
route
it.
the next day after the parade?
Yes, I am.
Like I've said
Who
previously,
captured that footage?
Specialist Andy
it's
Schmidt.
fun to laugh at sovereign
Works for your department,
citizens.
sir?
You
Yes, he does
know,
from that, Mr.
Robbie
President.
Peterson getting tased by
And,
P.
Was
Barnes.
the drone able to travel
But
the
it's
length of the parade route?
Important to remember
This captures from the
that
area
sovereign
where the
citizens
people
are
are being
dangerous.
injured,
They're not
and then
all
capture the
clowns.
entire
They're
route.
Okay.
It's a dangerous
And,
ideology.
to your knowledge, sir,
And this
you've
is
seen
a
this video
sobering
before,
reminder
correct?
of that.
Yes, I have.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the way Main Street looked on the morning of November 22, 2021 at about 9:56 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
By now, all of the injured have been removed from the scene, obviously.
Injured and deceased.
Okay, but there's still objects in the roadway,
Correct.
and investigators and other people can be seen in the drone footage.
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit number 12 and permission to publish, please.
Objection.
A position by you, Mr. Brooks.
Objection.
Relevancy.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 12 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Okay, so again, we're going to start playing.
And
this,
once again,
I will
I'm going to
ask
be
Ms. Gussie
petty.
to pause
It's
at
not
various locations so you
relevancy,
can
it's
describe
relevance.
what we're seeing, but if you can just give us a general idea where we are right now, please.
So right now the drone would be sitting on preloaded
If you weren't
ground
so
on West
unlikable,
Main
I wouldn't
Street,
be petty.
just west of Northwest Barstow.
And which direction is it facing?
It'd be facing west,
Okay.
the direction of the parade took.
Okay. And can you see or identify the business on the right-hand side?
That'd be Smart Asset Realty.
Okay. And can you tell us, I don't know if you could tell, what's on the left-hand side? Can you identify anything?
Just a little bit further up is Subway sandwich shop, and I know that the Vino Gelato is right next door to that.
Okay, that's kind of right above the roof of that vehicle that's parked there on the left, right? I see Subway sign.
Correct.
Okay. All right, please play.
I think Barstow is the cross street where he entered Maine for the parade. Looking at the vehicle,
Can you
it's
pause it here, please? At the
built
23-second
in.
mark?
There's no escape.
Was anybody struck
with a
in this area,
crowd.
sir?
Yes, this would be the area that Nicole White was struck.
With the Remax balloon?
Correct.
Okay. And now we got a better shot of the Subway there on the left.
Correct.
Okay, and on the right past Asset Realty, there seems to be a tall building with some mirrored windows on the right. Do you see that?
Correct. That should be 220 West Main Street.
And what's located there, sir?
It's an apartment building, 5 levels, and we captured some video that was recorded on the top floor of that building.
Okay. All right, play.
So they have aerial footage then of the massacre. If they have rooftop footage.
And we'll pause it at the 35-second mark. Was anybody struck in this area, sir?
This would be the area of the Waukesha South Band.
Okay. Play.
This has been quite a distance with no gaps between
And we'll pause it
multi-story
there.
buildings that
At the
there's
59-second mark,
the
what do we
crowd
see
is
here,
just
sir?
completely
Businesses
penned
identify,
in.
please.
Oh, there's a chocolate shop on the left, and then the Vino and Gelato is just on your left, and the front building on your left with the black roof is Martha Merrill's bookstore.
Okay. Is anybody struck in this area?
This would be the area that Barris Logistics was at.
Okay. Play. Discuss, you could just keep it plain. I'm going to talk, but you could keep it plain. It's at the 117 mark. What's that cross street here?
This would be Gasper Street.
Okay.
I think that's approaching the end of where people were hit.
In that area there is where there were some spectators that were hit.
Okay. Thank you.
Or at least getting close.
Now we've just crossed Gasper.
Correct.
Okay.
There's definitely a different feel between
And keep it plain, please, at the 157 mark.
the
What
feeling
businesses
of the
are seen
street,
there?
one
The
side of
Joke Shop is
Gasper
on your
Street
left,
versus
and
the other.
Waukesha Theater's on your right. That's the area that the Waukesha.
Seems the
police
first
are
half
shooting.
was
Okay.
more recently developed or redeveloped. This is kind of older Main Street.
And now we're approaching the 5 Points area, sir?
Correct.
All right. Was any group injured in this area?
This is where the Extreme Dance Club was when they were impacted.
Okay.
That was at 2:34.
Thank you, ma'am. At
Gotta
the
preserve
240
the
mark here, What's
record.
this business on the right?
Objection. Just for the record, who were the people off to the right?
You can question the
Random
witness
people.
during cross-examination, okay?
This isn't
On the right,
at the
there's
parade.
Mama
They
Duffy's
said
and Chef
they said there
Kim's
would be
kitchen.
Okay.
the
And this is
cleanup
where we get
crew
that
or
weird cross streets. That's why it's called 5
investigators.
Points, right?
Correct.
And that's why everybody gets lost in downtown Waukesha, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now we've gotten through the 5 Points. And what business is on the right, sir? We're at the 319 mark.
There's a Irish restaurant on the right, and then coming up ahead is the Steaming Cup. That's right on the corner, on the right corner. And then on the left corner would be People's Park, which is a restaurant.
And that's the Clark Hotel on the right?
Correct.
Okay. We'll pause it here at the 351 mark. Do you see vehicle in the picture at this point, sir?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what unit that vehicle is associated with?
That's a support vehicle for Citizens Bank.
Is this the area where Jane Kulik was struck and killed?
Yes, just up in front of the vehicle on the right-hand side, there's 2 green hash marks that would be the location that she was found at.
Okay. Play, please.
All right, I'm going to be right back. I need what the judge
You
calls
already
a
mentioned that's the
comfort
Stephen
break.
Cup on the right.
I'll leave the
Correct.
video playing though. So
And there were some kids hurt on the corner there.
Yes, on this corner where the blankets were, there's 3 kids that were sitting there that were impacted.
Okay. Now at this point, it's about 4:17 and the drone's gonna focus in on some skid marks on the roadway. Is that right?
That is correct.
After further investigation, did these skid marks have any relevance to this investigation, sir?
We believe they have no relevance to this investigation at all.
But at the time, we weren't sure, correct?
Correct.
All right, now we're through that intersection. Did anything of significance occur in this area, sir? We're at the 5:17 mark of the video.
Yes, this is where the Dancing Grannies were, Dancing Grannies support vehicle.
Okay,
And then directly on the right in front of that is Donny Boy's, which
Okay.
is a bar. And then up a little bit further on your left-hand side is Curry Insurance.
okay, and we see Magellan's on the right with the big M.
Correct.
Okay, and you said this is the area where the Dancing Grannies were impacted.
Yes.
Are you able to tell from this drone the area where the position of 3 of the deceased victims from the Dancing Grannies were located?
Yes,
As
I-
we go further.
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm asking a foundational question. All right, we'll go ahead and play, please. Pause. That's the 5:32 mark. Can you identify for us what we see here, please?
On the left-hand side, there's a pavement marking with green paint. And there's some towels that were used for giving medical aid and a lot of blood on the ground.
Do you know who was found at this location, sir?
Yes, I do.
Who was that?
Tamara Durand.
She's a deceased victim from the Grannies?
Yes, she is.
Okay. How about on the left-hand side of the video, there's a building that I can read says Karate Studios. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Was another victim of the Dancing Grannies found in that location?
Yes, there was.
And who was found in that position, sir?
Leanna Owens.
Okay. Please keep playing the video.
all right, I'm back. I had a feeling I'd come back to continued drone footage.
That's Curry Insurance on the left. I can see the sign.
Correct.
Okay. And coming up will be the third position for one of the Dancing Grannies who suffered fatal injuries as a result of this incident, sir.
Yes.
There's debris in the road still.
Correct.
who was found in that location?
Virginia Sorensen.
Okay. Continue playing.
She was the one holding the banner.
What's the side street we're passing here?
Maple Avenue.
Okay.
You too. Thanks for hanging out, Empty Woods. Have a good weekend. I realize going
And
on
what are we
to
approaching
3
in this
hours and
area, sir?
25 minutes
We're going up
of
to the area where
today's
Catholic
second
churches,
live
were
stream.
impacted, and on the right,
It's an awful
there's
big
a building
commitment.
with, it's a one-story building with a black roof that goes around. That would be Planned Parenthood of Waukesha or
Okay.
Wisconsin.
But I do appreciate every one of you that hangs out, even for a little bit. More debris in the road. Looked like the dress or coat that the dancing grannies wore as their uniform, so it could have been where they were
Now we're
treated
getting
for
towards the
injuries
end of Main Street here, where
and
it
had
turns
clothing
to
removed,
Wisconsin Avenue.
and it was just left there as evidence until investigators could finish their cleanup.
And now we're getting towards the end of Main Street here, where it turns to Wisconsin Avenue.
That is correct.
Okay. There's a natural bend in the road to the left, right?
That is correct.
Dog leg left.
That's getting close to the end of the parade.
Now we are past the point where anybody is further struck by the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
No, nobody was injured in this location.
No, they were not.
But we're approaching, if the video will go, we're approaching Veterans Park.
Correct. Veterans Park is directly in front. If you were not to not turn on the roadway, you would run into Veterans Park.
Right where that big tree is in the middle of the stream.
Yes.
And then after the dogleg, the parade remnants turn left onto Wisconsin Avenue, where they sort of regroup, an anti-staging area, essentially.
All right. I'm impatient, so I'm gonna have you describe for us as we turn the bend, what's the significance of this area, sir?
So in this area, when the vehicle that was hitting and killing all these people came up to the bend in the road, it turned to the left, and Officer Schulten was standing there, and he made the decision to use deadly force to.
He fired
attempt to
3
stop the
shots
vehicle.
that hit the
Okay.
car, but
And
not
that's
Mr.
this
Brooks.
intersection here that we're seeing where the 2 squad cars are parked.
Yes, it is.
This is the area where Officer
Squad
Schulten
cars,
was
of course,
standing when he fired
blocking
at the defendant's vehicle.
the crime
Yes, it
scene
is.
All right.
while the
Go
investigators
ahead
are
and
on it.
stop it at the 8:01 mark, please. Thank you. Oh, wait, before you turn it off, it's kind of hard to see, and nobody probably will be able to read it, but maybe you, if you look real close. In the upper left-hand corner, there's a date and time stamp on the drone video. Do you see that, sir?
Ah.
Yes, I do.
Could you please read that?
It says 2021-11-22.
So the day
and
after.
It says 10:06, and I can't read the smaller numbers. So to me, that would mean it was November 22nd, 2021 at 10:06.
That's the time this recording was made, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So 18 hours after,
All right, thank you.
17, 18 hours.
Yeah, but will we be turning to a new topic?
Yeah, actually, I don't have too much more with Detective Casey. I could probably finish my direct in about the next 10 or 15 minutes, Your Honor.
I'll let you finish the direct and we'll reserve cross for Monday morning.
Thank you.
Probably a good choice from the
So I'll
judge.
show you another item that's been marked as exhibit.
Because judging from Mr. Brooks's history,
Exhibit 141.
cross could take triple what
Can I
direct
approach
has
witness, Your Honor?
taken.
You may. And then if you accept exceptions to that, sir.
Will I be awarded the same?
Mr. Brooks?
That's not to be discussed in
I'll
front
take
of the
that.
jury.
Sir,
That's
can you please
prejudicial
identify
to
number
you.
141?
This is a.
You can have a
list
deputy approach
of
if you need to
everyone that
deliver
is
an
named
exhibit.
victim in this case, which count it refers to, and the group that they are associated with.
Which perhaps the judge
Is
should
that,
have
a
ruled
summary of
have
the
a
testimony that
deputy
you just provided, sir?
deliver even for the prosecution so that
First, are we
things
still
stay the
looking at
same
video?
between parties.
No, we can turn that off. Thank you. So your objection is, that is granted. Do you have an objection to the question that was asked?
Probably.
Okay, keep going.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And that's a document we created for use at this trial. Is that right, sir?
Yes,
Keep track of everybody
correct.
and keep the counts all straight.
There's
Okay.
a lot of information to keep track of.
Okay. Move for admission of 141 and, yep, 141. I'm not going to publish that, Your Honor. Just want it in the record.
What's any position on that?
Is that a document?
Your objection is noted. It's overruled and the court will receive
You
it.
have the document in your
Can you
possession.
A copy will be provided to you if it's not within the materials previously.
It would be. He just doesn't know where in the binder to
Now,
flip to,
Detective
and
Casey,
that's a
I would
him
like to-
problem.
return back to your post on White Rock Avenue and Main Street on November 21 of 2021. And do you remember something happening around 4:35 p.m. that afternoon, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you remember?
It was a normal day. It was windy out. It was cold. A little bit after 4
Setting
p.m., I
the
heard on
scene.
channel 1, which is a primary channel that our road squads use. Squads being first, I heard a reserve officer call out that he's out with 2 people, and they reported that there was a fight down by the boat launch.
That's the
Okay.
ex-girlfriend.
Did that draw your attention for any reason?
It was just a little bit north of my location, and I just wanted to make sure that I was aware in case somebody came my direction.
Okay. But you didn't leave your post.
I did not.
Okay. What do you remember happening next, sir?
They dispatched a number of squads there to attempt to locate this incident.
What did you do?
I started just paying a little bit more attention. I stood up. I started looking in that direction just to try to be aware in case somebody came my way.
Okay.
That's a good experienced officer.
At some point, did you hear a radio transmission from Sergeant Warner?
I am aware of the transmission, but I did not hear it that day.
Okay. How did you become alerted to a problem?
It was about 4:37 p.m. I was standing up. I was sort of in the
He
diagonal
reviewed
part of
his
the
notes.
intersection, and I heard a horn
4:37.
beep, 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 and that sort of like alerted me, trying to figure out what was going on White Rock in the staging area. So I started to look up that way.
Okay. What did you see?
At first, I didn't see anything, and then a few seconds later, I saw the people in the staging area start to spread apart. And within seconds, a red Ford Escape appeared to come through where the staging area was.
You saw this with your own eyes.
Yes, I did.
And did you see where the red Ford Escape went?
Yes, I did.
Where did it go?
Well, first it was coming down southbound. There was a vehicle that was stopped at the intersection in the lane that was supposed to turn to the left. That was part of the parade. This vehicle went around that car and then made started to make a left-hand turn.
Okay.
Which shows it wasn't a
What
medical
action, if any,
incident,
did you
because
take?
if he were
as soon as I
having a
heard the car
seizure or
beeping
something,
and I
he
was
would have just
alerted, I
gone
started to
straight
head
through
towards
the
center
vehicle
of the
instead of
intersection.
swerving around vehicles in order to
As the
keep
vehicle
going
continued
through
at me,
people.
I ran to get in front of the vehicle to try to get it to stop.
What was going through your mind at this point?
I thought
crap,
it was
oh
just
crap,
a
oh
lost
crap, oh
motorist, somebody that from the apartment building that wanted to get in their parking spot. You know, it doesn't happen often, but sometimes there's people that come through. They're impatient. What's going on? It's like it's a parade, and we have to tell them, hey, you can't be on the road right now. They always stop. It's
So you thought there was some innocent explanation at this point.
Correct. I thought I would get out in front of the car and he would just stop. We'd have a conversation and we'd safely get him off the parade route.
Okay. How did you try and stop the car, the Ford Escape?
Well, at first I was a little surprised that the vehicle kept coming at me because I'm in full police uniform. I'm standing in front of it and it started closing the distance pretty fast. So as the vehicle approached me, I started pounding on the hood.
So you were close enough to pound on the hood of the car?
Yes, I was in the roadway and the distance closed really fast.
So he was very close to
How
being
fast was the
another
car traveling,
victim
would you
instead
say?
of just a
It
witness.
could be 3 to 5 miles an hour, but in that area with all the people around and a vehicle that weighs 2,000 pounds against a person, I mean, it came upon me very fast and was very threatening.
3,500
Sure, but,
pounds, we determined.
By the speedometer, it's not moving very fast, correct?
Correct.
At
Even
this-
sports cars today
Okay.
aren't as light
You
as he
pound on the
mentioned.
hood.
Correct.
Do you say anything?
I'm yelling stop and pounding on the hood and trying to get the person's attention so they can stop.
What happened?
The vehicle continued going. It like pushed right through me.
Were you struck by the car?
Yes.
How?
The vehicle contacted my body, and as it continued, I pushed down the left front of the vehicle.
Okay. And were you injured?
No.
Okay. Did you see the driver of the car as it raced past you?
Yes, I did.
Did you get a good look?
An excellent look.
Who was driving that car, sir?
Daryl Brooks, the defendant.
Objection.
100%
I don't
sure
object.
1,000.
I don't agree to him using that name
Was there anybody else in the car, sir?
or
Not that I
calling me
saw.
the defendant.
I'd like to show you an item that's been marked as exhibit number 8, please. Tell me when it's up, please.
Can I have that number again?
Yes.
8.
Thank you.
It is up.
What do you see on the screen, sir?
So this is a camera from Randy's Imports, which will be on the southwest corner where I was located at. There's a number of cars in the parking lot. And on the north side, you can see West Main Street. And there's a number of people that are on the sides of the roads that were spectators in the parade. And then there's people that were actually marching in the parade that you can see they have red shirts on.
You've seen this video clip before,
So I
sir?
think we're
Yes, I
actually
Do you believe it's
now
true and
going to
accurate representation
see
of the events
some of the
of November 29,
violence
2021?
on video.
Absolutely.
So
This clip is about 28 seconds
potential
long, is that
trigger
right?
warning.
Move to admit and permission to publish number 8.
Mr. Brooks, any position on that?
Objection, relevancy.
Is that an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 8 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Okay, please orientate us.
So we are This is the south right here. This would be looking to the north, and White Rock Avenue is in this area here. This here is Main Street.
Okay.
So that's the parade on the
On the
far
right near
part of the
that arrow
of
that
the
you drew near the top of
video.
the screen, it looks like there's a very bright light at the top of the screen. Do you see that?
Randy's Imports is clearly a car lot.
The street
and
lights?
There's
Or
two
to the right.
rows of
to
cars
the-
in a parking lot
Yep,
with Main
right
Street
there.
behind the second row.
What's up in that area, sir?
That would be the squad cars that I had with me.
Okay. You have the red and blues on?
Correct, on both vehicles.
Okay. And that's what that light is in that area.
Yes.
Now you scribbled all over this, but can you see yourself?
Not right now.
Not right now. Where do you remember standing?
So if the squad cars were by this circle right here,
Yep.
I would have been like right in this area to the left.
Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this, but I'm going to ask Miss Gussie to put it in full screen because I'm not going to be pausing it or stopping it. I want to make sure we capture the whole top and bottom of this one. Okay.
We'll clear the annotation since this is a video.
So I'm going to play it through once and we're just going to watch it and then I'll ask you what we saw and we can go back if we need to. Play.
You can see the flashing lights from the squad car.
Do you want me to talk while it's going on or after?
No, because I can't see the counter. So
Oh, we saw a red Ford Escape go much faster than a parade tow truck. I assume it was a truck towing a float.
yeah,
It
we're
might
gonna
have
do
been
that one
a
again
support
with the counter
vehicle.
up so I can pause it and have you point out. It's really hard to see.
He was
what the heck
going
we're supposed to be
way
looking at on
faster
this
than
whole
the
thing.
vehicle
Yes.
All right.
legitimately in the parade.
So here we are. We're paused at. Whoop, you're gonna start. Okay, that's okay.
So right by the flashing lights on the left-hand side, you'll
So
suddenly
no-
see me come out with the orange vest on.
No
Pause,
bodies
please. I'm sorry to
hit
interrupt you,
there,
Detective. Okay, we're pausing at the 8-second mark.
but that happened so fast.
Show us circle where the jury's supposed to be looking right now. And what are we gonna see up there?
You should see me
It's
walk
so
from
small.
the right-hand side to the left-hand side, slow speed at first and then speeding up towards the end.
You are. In other words, you picked up the pace.
Correct. And then shortly after, you'll see the red Ford Escape come down the street here and traverse westbound on Main Street.
Okay, now, is this video good enough to see you actually pounding on the hood?
Unfortunately, this black pickup truck is blocking where that happened at. If that pickup truck wasn't there, you would be able to see it.
Okay, and just to remind us, you're in a bright fluorescent yellow safety vest, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Which I can't
okay,
see.
play, please. Right there, is that you?
Yeah, that is me.
Okay,
All right, I see
12
the
seconds.
slow moving
Circle
truck.
yourself, please. We're paused at 12 seconds. Okay. Okay, go ahead and play, please. There's the red SUV.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, he's not driving fast by usual standards, but he
Okay, thank you.
flew
That's it for
past.
Exhibit 8. I'm going to ask Ms. Gussie to pull up Exhibit 120. Tell me when it's on the screen, please, sir.
The photo is up.
Okay. Have you seen this photograph before, sir?
Yes, I have.
This is State's Exhibit 120. Do you believe this photograph is a true and accurate representation of the events of November 21, 2021?
Yes, I do.
It's
You've seen this
authenticated.
photograph before, sir.
Yes, I have.
Okay. Just tell the jury what it's a picture of.
It's a picture of the Ford Escape that was involved in this incident and Daryl Brooks, the defendant, driving the vehicle.
Okay.
That
Move
puts
to
him
admit
in
120
the
and permission to
vehicle.
publish.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 120 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
I don't consent to being called that name or defendant.
Your consent is
Objections
not
noted.
required.
Objection for hearsay as well.
it's not hearsay.
Overruled.
There's a bit of a
Okay,
glare on the
please,
window.
Help
But
the jury see what we're supposed to
that
see.
looks
Where
like
is the red SUV?
Daryl Brooks. He's
Got
got
a
a
question?
gray hoodie on. But
So it looks like a
the
person
hood
that's
is up,
involved in the
but it's
van.
huge
One
because
of the
of his
van people are to your right
dreadlocks,
in the center,
which he had at the
and then
time.
right in the middle of the screen, you see a red vehicle. And then seated at the driver's seat is a gentleman with a white hoodie on.
Oh, white hoodie. It looks gray in the
And,
picture.
Appears to be black facial hair, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that what Daryl Brooks looked like as he drove past you just a block or two earlier?
Objection. I do not consent to being called that name. I
That's
do not know
irrelevant.
anyone by that name, nor do I agree to being called that name. And it's hearsay.
It's not
It's not
hearsay.
hearsay. Your objection's overruled. You may answer, Detective.
Yes, that's the defendant, Daryl Brooks, the person that drove past me and didn't.
I wouldn't
stop
play
when I
his
tried to stop the
games.
vehicle.
I'd continue
how
to
he
call
looked
him
as he drove
Daryl
past
Brooks
you?
and the
Yes, it is.
defendant.
With the hood up?
But it's easy enough to
To
get
be honest with
around
you, I don't
it
remember the
if
hood
you
up when he
do
went
play
past
his
me.
games.
It happened very fast.
Do
I
you
don't see all over his
recognize
face.
the driver
Some
of that
people
vehicle
later on
as
say
the
that they
person
saw
sitting
him
at
with
the
hair. When I
defendant's
saw the
table?
pictures with his hoodie up, it explained to me why I did not see his hair.
Okay.
So it's
All right.
easy enough to get around, but
So,
once again, I
consent him,
wouldn't
what's that,
indulge
19
him.
on the third right now, Your Honor?
It's 4:45 Wisconsin time. Well, 18 to 5 to be precise. State rests. Well,
I don't have any other questions for this witness at this
For
time, Your
today.
Honor.
Mr.
Not
Brooks, I
rests.
will give you an opportunity to cross-examine, but that will be Monday morning since it is 4:41. Now 4:42. We've had a long week for the jurors and a couple of long nights, so I'm going to break now. I do need to
he
read
objects,
through an instruction.
I'm sure.
He may step down. Thank you.
We'll see him bright and early Monday.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss
This
this
is going
case
to be a
among
daily
yourselves
occurrence.
or with
This
anyone else until your
jury
final
instruction.
deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social
Obviously,
networking
the
sites
disruption to your
send
life
or
would be
receive
difficult
any information
being a
about this
juror on a
case
long
or
trial.
your experience
But it
as
really
a
would
juror.
be
If you
difficult
come in contact
not
with the
letting
parties,
curiosity get the
lawyers,
better of you.
interpreters, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, interpreters, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics applications or tools with communication capabilities, to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in this courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After the trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has any reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving
would be
additional
awful.
time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are excused for the weekend. We'll see you Monday morning. All rise for the jury.
All right. Any objections from Mr. Brooks before we leave, or any frivolous motions?
All right, thank you. Be seated. Record to reflect that the state has provided to the clerk Exhibit 120.
That's 140.
Sorry, 141. You look back a page. 141. That's the summary exhibit that the court admitted pursuant to section 910.06 of the Wisconsin statutes. A copy of that exhibit will be provided to Mr. Brooks right now. And that's being handed to him by Deputy District Attorney Leslie Basie. All right, anything else we need to address before we conclude for the weekend from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state is excusing from its subpoenas, with the court's permission, please, Officer Phillips, Kyle Edwards, and Holly Berg.
Have you received any of the subpoena forms from Mr. Brooks related to any of these witnesses to assist with?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize because I was speaking with Miss Daisy. So she also reminded me that you were going to rule later as to Detective Guth and Patterson. So we do not intend to recall these individuals. We would seek to release them from our subpoenas if they are on Mr. Brooks' witness list, which he has due on Monday, and he wants them subpoenaed. We would make arrangements to have them return. I guess the question is exclusion order.
It's generally not the prosecution's job to help subpoena
To see his
defense
witness list on
witnesses,
Monday.
Let's wait to see the witness list on Monday, please. That's your
but
due date.
he wouldn't
So
have
I
any
expect
idea
that
how
will be
to
filed. And then I
do
can
a
take up the
subpoena like his
issue of
attorneys would have.
releasing individuals from their subpoenas from the district attorney's office. And then, of course, I'll take up Monday morning the issue with Exhibit 6.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Brooks, anything from you at this time?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have the subpoenas. Like I said, I would need to, I guess, confer with how to properly get them done and filed in the right fashion.
Mr. Brooks, I've advised you previously, I would be willing to review for completeness. You need to get those to me in a timely fashion. Your witness list is due Monday. And so I expect those subpoenas to be brought with you first thing Monday morning, so I can address with you and the state how any of those witnesses who are also listed on the state's witness list, we can address the logistics of that. If they're not on the state's witness list, that's a different situation, but the state has offered for any witnesses, and the state can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding you have offered for witnesses that are on the state's witness list, that if Mr. Brooks names them, and absent, I guess, any objection by you for some lawful reason, you would assist in getting those subpoenas to those individuals.
Yes, and he wouldn't necessarily be limited to our list. We've offered, in addition to that, if there are relevant witnesses and it's reasonable to get them served, that is the southeastern Wisconsin area, we will assist in that, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you.
That's going over and above.
That's my attention.
They
and I
are
didn't quite remember that.
definitely
So get all your
trying to
subpoenas
avoid
together,
retrial.
Get your witness list, and the state's offered some assistance in doing that.
All right, he's got 2.5
I do wanna
days
state that
to go through law
I
school.
previously touched on that whole topic, that was one of my concerns when I was compiling my witness list was I gonna be calling anybody that they already had on their list?
Well, just put the
If you
list.
recall, I stated that for the record. That was
You mean witnesses they actually call, or just witnesses who are on the list?
both.
Well, if you want to question a witness and the witness is called by the state, that will be your opportunity to do that. Generally, that's how it's done. If you are asking to then have them recall during your case in chief, we can take that up at a later point in time, but you got to have the subpoenas available, okay?
Yeah, I follow that. I was wanted it stated for the record that I had raised that issue because at that time
Well, then it's already
I
on the
still hadn't
record.
even gone through the entire witness list from the prosecution. It was 30 plus pages. That's a lot of names.
Well, that's a
I
you
agree, Mr.
problem.
Brooks, there's a lot of names, but I
Pretty
actually
impossible to
extended the
know.
filing deadlines. They all have come
He
and
was
passed,
supposed to
and
have the witness
obviously
list
light of you
in
representing yourself
before jury
I
selection.
extended that, have ordered that you file your witness list by Monday. So that's how we.
So
will
she gave
address
him an
that. Do you have
extra
any other
week.
issues at this time?
Yes, I do. The statement of particulars that hasn't been responded to by affidavit.
That's
The notice of
irrelevant.
special appearance
Sovereign
hasn't been
citizen
responded to.
Your
nonsense.
attention to the Barnaby decision.
She has
sir. The
already
court's
told
not gonna
you
be addressing
no.
that topic any further.
So what about the subject matter jurisdiction?
She's ruled the court
Sir,
has
that's an
subject
argument that
matter
has been
jurisdiction.
debunked repeatedly by the courts in the United States of America, all over the place. It is not recognized as any type of issue that a court needs to address. It is summarily denied.
Unless he has
Can you show
diplomatic
proof that it
immunity,
has no relevancy, Your
there
Honor?
is
Directed to the
subject
Barnaby
matter
decision, sir.
jurisdiction in criminal cases.
All right.
Can you show proof of
I'm
that,
sorry?
Your Honor?
She doesn't have to show
Verify.
proof.
Can you show a verified affidavit of that?
She doesn't have to.
No. All right.
That's nonsense.
Mr. Brooks, the hearing today is concluded. We'll see everyone back here.
He
on
objects.
Monday
You got a
at
judicial
8:30
determination
a.m.
that
We
you
are
will
in
not
recess.
answer that question?
All right. All right. The judge handled that well. So, that's been a ride. I think the state has done an excellent job. Mr. Brooks has actually done a decent enough job, better than I would have expected. Not good by any stretch, but better than I would have expected. And it was smart of the court to put off the cross-examination until Monday, since it is 5 minutes to 5 in Wisconsin. So it would have been rotten to keep the jurors past 6 o'clock again. And I think at this point we've had, what was it, 5 witnesses today and 2 yesterday. Most of the charges, they might not be fully proved yet, but there's a really good baseline to show they've positively identified him multiple times as the driver of the car that drove through the parade. They've identified that he swerved around cars, was on notice that the road was closed, and that multiple people were injured. They don't need all 60 people who were struck to testify, yes, I was injured. They can summarize to a certain extent that they do need to get every one of them on the record, but a police officer can testify. I'm not saying this will happen, but I attended to this person and this person and this person and this person, and or the band teacher can identify, I saw this band member and this band member and this band member struck. So I think they will try to consolidate, but we're still looking at weeks of testimony, but they've laid a very good foundation so far. I don't see how he's getting out of this. And with that, I think I'm tired. Well, I know I'm tired. The afternoon stream's been going for 4 hours and 3 minutes now, so I'm going to call it a week. So thanks for hanging out with me for longer than I expect any of you to. It's always appreciated. I'm a terrible YouTuber, so I've forgotten the last couple streams. Do all the YouTubey things, like, subscribe, share, bribe your friends and family into watching too. And with that, I'm going to take the weekend off, and I'll see you guys bright and early Monday morning. So have an excellent weekend. Bye-bye.